Claire Collister, her name is, in Fairfield. She's with Willie Woods, do you know Willie Woods?
Oh, Willie Woods, yeah.
Yeah, she's his partner.
Can you see down here?
No.
Can you see it?
No.
Down here?
Who's that? Is he the man we're looking for?
Yeah.
Ask him to come.
Yeah, all right.
Yes.
You stick there.
Check that what you've got on there is what I've got on yours.
I'll just say hello to them. Right, hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ballaglonney. Got some great sheep, great tubs ahead of us. Danny's just ready to come in, he's just lost his stick if anybody's seen it anywhere. Yeah, it's not that one. No, it's his. Right, well, you've seen the advert. It's a super bunch of sheep, ready to go. They'll do good wherever they go. 3 months credit to approved buyers. 1% discount for cash if paid today. If you can, just let us know if you're going to take the 3 months or pay, that'd be great. Either way. Oh, he's got a few sticks here now, he's right. Okay, the sheep been dipped in the last 7 days. They've had everything, and they're looking...
The dipped, dosed and blue tongue vaccinated. Yeah.
Dipped, dosed and blue tongue vaccinated, so they've everything done to them. I'm sure you've had a good look around. There's some great sheep, great rams today. Today's the chance. Just stick that over there. You're okay. You're okay. Right, what we say on these? On the meals we say 300, 250 to start, 200, 200 pound to start, 200 pound to start. Somebody gives us a fair start, 200, 200 bid at 2, 2 up at 200 pound a bid at 200, 2 bid at 2, 2 up at 200 pound a bid at 2, 2 up at 200, 200 pound a bid at 2, 2 up at 10, 210 a bid 10, 10 on the 210, 210 a bid 20, 20 bid 20, 20 30, 30 bid 30, 40, 240 bid 40, 40 of it 40 pound bid 240, bids far away, at 240, at 240 pound bid 240, 40 of it 40, at 240 pound bid 40, we're light here folks, 240, somebody shouting? 50, 250, job to see it in the back of my head, but good, 250, 260, 270, 280, ladies out, 290, 290, 290, are you still shouting? 290, bids at the back, 290, ladies bid, 290, you're out at the back, 290 bid at 290, we're selling, watch them go then, all finished at 290, Maureen. Right, and again, they're match up great, aren't they? Oh, yeah, they are. What happened there?
15. Just now it was 15 minutes.
Right, there's 15 in that one. What do we got this time?
Anybody wants to split a lot?
Okay, if you want to split, we can split. Just run half them through if that's what anybody wants, but we prefer if you take the pen, but the split's an option. Great bunch of sheep, with the length in them. Again, 200, 200 bid at 2, 2 up at 200 bid at 200, 10, 20, 220 bid 30, 230 bid 40, 40 bid 50, 50 bid 50, 50 bid 60, 70, 270 bid 270, 270 bid at 270, 70 bid at 270, anybody else at 270, at 279 bid 270, bids at the back, at 270, at 270, take 5 anywhere, 270 bid 270. Well, watch them go then, 270 bid at 270, looking around, anybody else, don't miss them. The first ones are sometimes the most reasonable. 270. Far away. 270, you finish, we're selling, last chance at 2, all right, at 270. Martin. And again, couple hundred, 2 to start, 2 bid at 2, and bid at 200, at 2, and bid at 2, 2 up at 2, and bid at 200, at 210, 210, 210, 220, 220 bid 220, 30, 30 bid at 30, 30 up at 30, and bid at 230, at 240, at 240, and bid 240, 50, 250, 250, 60, 260 bid 260, 60 and 60 bid 260, 70, 70, 270 bid at 70, take 5, 270 bid 270, 270, bids in the middle, 270 bid at 270, we're selling, watch him go, at 270, looking around, anybody else, you finish, 5 anywhere, last chance, at 270. Not just 2 3 of them, oh it's the 3 sisters I think, isn't it? And again, couple hundred.
20 feet.
Oh, 20 in this pen, 200. 2 bid at 2, bid at 200. At 2 bid at 2, up at 200, bid at 200. 10, 210 bid 210. 20, 30, 40, 240 bid 240. At 240 bid at 240. At 240 bid at 240. 40 bid at 240. 40 bid at 40 bid 250. 250 bid 60. 260, 70. Bids over here, 260. 70, 270 bid 270. Nice pen, 270 bid 70. Watch him go there. Take 5 anywhere. 270 bid 270. We're selling. Watch him go. 270 looking around. Last chance. Last time at 270. Roxy. And 20 again with the depth of body and the hook. Great sheep. The job to beat the mules for prolificity and just motherability. They're just great sheep. And you've got a real good sheep at the end of it. We say 200 again to start.
Corner, yes.
200 bid at 200, 210, 210 bid 220, 30, 230 bid 30, 30, 40, 240 bid at 240, at 50, 250 bid at 50, 60 in the call, 60 bid 260, 60 at 60 bid at 260, look around anybody else at 260, at 260 bid at 260, take 5, 260 bid 260, at 260 bid 60, bids with the call at £260. All right, Dan? 260. Thinks there might be a bid, but look at them. 260 is a 5 anyway. 260 bid at 260. Bids with the call. 260. Last bit around, you finish. 65. 65 bid at 65. 70. 270. 270. Look at the length of that. Yeah. 20. I think the sheep are getting better and bigger. There's a great pen here. Those darker heads, you like them. 200 against start. 2 at 200 at 200. 10, 210, 20, 30, 230, 40, 50, 50, 250 band bid at 250. At 250. Great pen of sheep here. 250. At 250 band bid at 250. Bids far away. 60. 260. 260 bid at 60. Take 5. 60. 5. 65, 70, 270 bid 270, 70 bid at 270, at 270 bid 270, 5 anywhere else, at 270, bids on the north, 270, 270, watch them go then, 270, 5 anywhere else, 270, we're selling last chance, last time, at 270. June. If anybody wants a bit of keep, I know it's tight enough in places, Danny says they'll keep them for a month. That'll be a good help if anybody. Why don't you tell me that to start with? Right, well, we're away again. Couple hundred. 2 bid at 2, bid at 200. At 2 bid at 2. 2 up at 2, bid at 200. 10, 210 bid 210. 210 bid 210. At 220. 30, 230 bid 230. At 230 bid at 230. 230 bid 230. 40 anyway. 40. 250. 250 bid 250. At 250 bid 250. Anything else? At 250. Take 5 anywhere. 250 bid at 250. Watch them go then. 250. 5.
Yes.
255. 60. 5. 265. 265 bids on the front. 265. Christine Pelham. 265. 265. Looking around anybody else? You finish. We're selling at 265. Robert. And again, couple hundred. Two, yeah, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 10, 10, 10, 20, 220, 30, 230 bit 30, 40, at 240 minute 240, at 240 minute 240, 50, 250, at 250 minute 250, 50 minute 250 minute 250, at 250, bids far away, at 250, at 250 minute 250, at 250, 255 minute 255, 55 minute 255, 60, 260 minute 260, at 260 minute 260, look around. Who's on the corner, was it? 260, 260 minute 260, out in front here, 265, 265 minute 265, at 265, we're selling, bids on the corner, 265, 70 anywhere, at 265, last chance, last look around, at 265. Robert, down. Well, these are matching up nice, looking bonny sheep, aren't they? Again, 200. 200 pounds, 2 will be less 10, 220, 20, 220, 220, at 220, 30, 230, 40, 240, 240, at 240, 240, at 240, at 240, a lovely bunch of sheep. 245, 245, 50, 50 bit 50, 5, 55 at 255, at 255 benefit 255, at 255 and 60 the call, 60 bit 260, 60 bit at 260, at 265, at 265, 65 at 265, at 265 and a minute 265, we're selling, watch them go, 265, you finished, we're selling, Three Sisters. Hey John, who's the team? Okay, that's what they say. Right. And again, they're matching up lovely bunch of sheep. 200, yep. 2 bit of 2 and 1 bit of 10, 210, 20, 30, 240, 240, 50, 250 to 250, at 250 bit 250. At 250 round bit 250, 50 bit 50 round bit 250, at 250, at 250 bit 250, 50 high, at 50, take 5 anywhere, at 250 round bit at 250, at 250 is at 5 anywhere, at 250, at 250 bit 250, don't miss anybody, 250, at 250, well watch him go 5, 255 round bit 255, at 255, young fellas bid, 55 at 255, we're selling, watch him go, at 255, 60 anywhere, last leg around then you finish, we're selling at 255. Frankie. They're fit on the great lengthy sheep that shot to beat the mules. Say 200 again to start, 2 bid at 200 at 200, at 200 bid at 200 bid at 200, at 200 bid at 2, 2 on at 200, at 200 bid at 200, yes. 10, 210 bid 210, 20, 220 bid 30, yes. 230 bid 30, 30 up at 40, 240 bid 240, at 240 bid 240, 40 up at 240 bid 240, at 240, at 240, you're out. At 240, take 5. At 240, round bid 240. 4 5, 245, 4 5 at 50, 50 bid 50, 50 bid 50. At 250, at 250, round bid at 250. At 250, looking around anybody else. At 250, is at 5 anywhere. At 250, looking around anybody else. At 250, last chance, last time. We're selling. At 250. On. It's smoking, Rich. There's a strong smell of smoking, isn't it? Who's it? Right, bigger pen, 20 of them, then maxing up lovely, aren't they? What a great bunch of sheep. 200 again to start. 2 at 200 at 200. At 200 bid at 2. 2 over 200. At 200 bid at 2. 210, 210 over 210. 20. 220 bid 20. 20 at 30. 230 bid 30. 30 over 30. 30 over 230. 30 bid at 230 bid at 230. At 230 bid at 230. At 30 bid at 30. We're light here on this pen. At 230. At 230 bid 40. At 240 bid 40. 40. Take 5. At 240 bid 240. At 240 bid 240. At 240 bid 240. 40 bid 240. At 240 bid 240. 40 bids on the south. At 240. Take 5 anywhere. At 240 pound bit at 40. Bit light on this good strong pen at 240. Watch him go then. At 240. Bit disappointed here. At 240. It's a 5 anywhere. At 240 pound bit at 240. Bids on the south. We're selling. You finish at 240. Robert. And again, we're getting through the mules, don't leave it too late. Come on again, stop. 2 at 2 bid at 200. At 2 pound bid at 200 pound bid 2. At 200 pound bid at 200. At 2 pound bid at 2. 2 up at 2 at 10. 210 bid 220. 220 bid 220. 20 at 20 pound bid 20. At 220 pound bid at 220. 20 bid at 220. At 20 pound bid 220. At 20. At 220 pound bid at 220. 30 anywhere. 30. 30 a call. 230 take 5. 230 pound bid 230. 30 at 3 pound bid at 30. At 230 pound bid at 230. At 230 pound bid 30. Anybody else? At 230. At 230. Well, 5 at 235. 35 at 235. At 235 pound bid 235. They're right at this money, aren't they? 235. 35 at 235. 40 anywhere. 235 at 35. At 235. Well, you're going to get them. Disappointed. Thought they'd be over the 250. 235. Looking around. Last chance, anybody? 235. 40 anywhere. Last chance. Last look around at 235.
Robert.
Right now at 20, couple hundred start. Good strong finishes here. 190, 190, bid 190. Adam 9 going to bid 190. 90 bid 190, going to bid 190. At 190. Adam 9 going to bid 192. At 210. 210 bid 210. 210, 20. 220 bid 220. At 220 going to bid 220. 20 bid at 220. At 220 going to bid 220. 20 bid at 225. 225 at 225. 225 at 225. At 225 going to be 225. Strong sheep. At 225. Then match up nice. 30. 225 bid at 225. 30. 30 bid 30. 30 up at 30 pound bid at 30. At 30 pound bid 30. Take 5 again. At 30 pound bid 30. 30 up at 30. 5. Yes. 35 at 35. 35 at 235 going to bid 35. We're selling. Watch them go then. Good pen of sheep. Deserves a bid or two. 235 bid at 235. Looking around, anybody? You finish. We're selling at 235. Good to bid. Right here. Okay. Right, these on the grey face now. Border Leicester on the Scotch. Right there, strong sheep, aren't they? Right, we're saying them. Good body sheep. We say, couple hundred to start. 200 on the grey face used.
Yes.
Border Leicester on the Scotch. 200, but 200 bid at 200. At 200 bid at 2. 2 up at 200 bid at 200.
Yes.
210, 210 bid 210. 210 bid at 210. 20. 220 bid 20. 20 at 20 pound bid at 220. 220 pound bid at 220. 20 pound bid 5. At 225 bid at 225. At 225 pound bid 225. 225 bid at 225. At 225 30 anywhere. At 225. They're a strong bunch of sheep here, folks. 225 bid at 225. At 225 pound bid 225. 225 at 225. Looking around, anybody else? At 225. At 225 bid at 225. At 225 at 30. 30. At 230 bid 30. 30 at 30 pound bid 30. Come again. At 230. Watch them go then. 230 bid at 30. 30 on at 30 pound bid 230. Looking around, maybe. Last chance. 230. Bids behind. At 230. And again, great body, been dip toast, blue tongue vaccinated, they've had the lot, and a great body sheep. Couple hundred, they're getting stronger. 200. 200 pound a start.
Yes.
Same way bred, 2 up at 200 pound bid at 200. At 200 bid at 2 on at 200 pound bid at 200. At 200 pound bid at 2, 2 up at 200 pound bid at 2, 2 up at 200. At 200 pound bid at 2, 2 up at 200. At 200 pound bid at 2, 10. 210 bid at 210. 210
Yes.
bid at 220. 220 with 20. 20 with 20, take 5. At 220. At 220, man, bid 220. At 220, bid 220. You're in. 220. At 20, take 5. At 220, man, bid 220. At 20, 5. At 225, at 225. 25 at 225. At 225, 30. At 225, looking around, anybody else? We're lighting up, folks. 225, the land price has been good, the sheep price is good. 225. Bids behind me. 230. 230 bid 30. 30 bid 230. You won't get better. 230 bid 30. 30 honestly, bid. Well, watch him go. 230 bid at 230. Looking around, anybody else? Find anybody else? 230. Last chance, last look around at 230. Three sisters.
His name is the young man is called Joe.
Joey.
Joe.
Yes.
His name is Joe.
It's not even three sisters. And again, couple hundred. 200 to start. 200.
Yes.
200 at 200. 2 over 200. At 200. 2 over 200. At 200. At 200. 2 over 200. 2 on 200. At 200. 2 over 200. At 200. 2 over 200. At 200. 2. At 200. 2. At 200.
200 I'll go.
I've got 210. 5. At 205, going to be 25.
Yes.
10. 210 be 210. 210 on 10. 15. 20.
Yes.
20. 220 be 20. 20. 20 going to be at 220. At 220. At 220 going to be 220. Bit to the core. At 220. At 220 going to be at 220. The 5 in a row. At 220. At 220. Get disappointed these stamp of these type of sheep. 220. At 220. At 220 bid at 20. It's the 5 in a row. Well, what you go then? 220 bid 20. 220 bid at 220. 20 on at 20 going to be 220. We're selling. 25. At 225. At 225 you're out now. 25. At 225, 30. At 225 we're selling. At 225. So what can
Oh, what? Okay.
Right, smaller pens like these we say, couple hundred, 2 anybody, 2 at 2 bid at 2, 2 over 2 bid at 200, at 2 bid at 2, 2 over 200, at 200, at 2 bid at 2, 2 over 200, at 2 bid at 2, 2 over 205 anyway, at 2 bid at 2,
Yes.
2 over 5, 2 5 bid 10, 210 bid 210.
Yes.
15 bid 220, 20 bid 20, 20 pound bid 220, at 20 come again, at 220 pound bid 220, bids behind me, at 220,
Yes.
225, 225 at 225, 30, 30 at 30 pound bid 30, 30 over 230, at 30 pound bid 30, at 30, at 30 we're selling, at 30 watch them go, at 230 pound bid 230, bids behind me, at 230 we're selling, last chance, look around.
All right, man. But John, they're gone. Must have heard us.
Right, it's a nice pen here. It's such a right. Decent bread out of the draft use with a blue, the draft Chevy used with one of Rockwell's blue-faced Leicester rams. They're good sheep. Anything out of the blue-faced Leicester makes a good ewe. Cheviot mule with the blue-faced Leicester tup. Good combination, prolific sheep, what he says. 200,
Yes.
2 to start. 200 bid at 210. 210 bid 210.
Yes.
At 20. 220. 25. At 225 at 230. 30 bid 30. At 230 pound bid 30. 5. At 235 pound bid 40. At 240 pound bid 240. At 240 bid 240. Thanks to the bid 240. At 240 pound bid at 240. At 240 pound bid 40. Bids to the call. At 240. They are good sheep. 240 a bid at 240. At 240 pound bid at 240. At 240. Great mothers, great milkers. 240 a bid at 240. 40 over 40. 5 anywhere. Last chance, last look around then. At 240. Let them go. We're selling at £240.
Stephen.
And again, looks like same way bred. Same way bred. We say a couple hundred. Good pen, aren't they? Most of them twin born as well. This in them is the brother, we can see the blue rest to put that in them as well. Where do we say a couple hundred?
Yes.
200, 210, 210 bid 210, 20, bid 5, 220 bid at 5, 25 bid 225, 30, 230 bid 30, 30 at 30 bid at 230. 230 pound bid at 30, 30 at 30 pound bid at 230. Anybody else? Don't want to miss anybody. 230 at 230 pound bid at 230. At 230 pound bid at 230. 5 anyway. At 230. At 230 pound bid at 230. Bid to the call at 230. Well, watch them go. We're selling 230. At 230 pound bid at 230. At 5 anywhere. At 230. Last chance, last time at 230. Christina. Right, just one pen of mashins. We're getting through them. Sheik, if you want to be still on the mashins. How are they bred, the mashins? I forget. Teeswater on the mule.
On the
Right on the mashins, out of the Teeswater. Again, good mother and ability, I say, couple hundred. Only this one pen.
yes.
Or is it 2 pens?
No.
What? 200, 200 bid, 200 bid, just this one pen of this type. At 200, at 200 bid at 200. At 200 bid at 2, 2 up at 200 bid at 200. At 200 bid at 2, 2 up at 200. At 200 bid at 2, 2 up at 200 bid at 200. At 200 bid at 2, 2 up at 200 bid at 200. At 200 bid at 200, 10 anywhere. At 200, at 200 bid, take 5. At 200 bid at 2, 2 up at 200. At 200 bid at 2, 2 up at 200. At 200, well, it's a bit slow on these. 200 bid at 2, step 5 anywhere. 200 bid at 2. At 200 bid at 200. At 200 bid 2. Where are you going to get him? 200 bid, watch him go. At 200, where's the big maybe? Is that 5 anywhere? 200 bid 2, we're selling. Last look around.
Man, still.
And the last pen of mules. We say 200 on these. Nice pen of sheep again. Couple hundred. 2 to get 200 at 200. At 200.
Yes.
10. 220. 220 bid 220. 25. At 30. 230 bid 30. At 235 bid 230.
Yes.
5 at 235. At 235 and a bit 235. 35 at 235. 40 anywhere. At 235, bid to the call. At 235. At 235 and a bit 235. 35 at 235. 40 anywhere. At 235. At 235, looking around anyway. At 235. Watch him go. You're going to get him. 235. At 35, bid at 235. My bid's out. Bid to Richard. We're selling. Right on the Milford cross. Well, they're strong sheep, aren't they? What a great body sheep they are. Right, we say 200 to start. Milford cross. 200.
And Milford cross.
Bit of style about these sheep. 200. £200 a start. 200 bid at 200. At 200 bid at 200 up at 200 bid at 200. 10, 20,
Yes.
220 bid 220. At 20, 30, 40. At 240 bid 240. At 240 bid 240. 40 at 40 bid 15. 15, 16. 260 bid 60. 60 up at 60. Best body sheep we've seen so far. At 260. At 260. At 60. 70. 260. At 260 bid 260. At 260 bid 260. Bids on the south. At £260. I think they're worth a bit of two. 260, take 5 anyway. 260, great body sheep. 260 round bid 260. At 260 round bid 260. At 260, look around, have we missed anybody? 60, is that 5? At 260. At 260 round bid at 260. Well, watch him go. At 260. Last look around then, you're finished. We're selling at 2665. 260. Robert Watson. The depth of body in them. Good sensible sheep, couple hundred. 2 bid at 2, run bid at 200. At 2, run bid at 2, 2 on, 2 run bid at 200. 10, 20, 220, 230, 240, 40 on at 40, 40 bid at 240, run bid 240. At 40, at 240 run bid 240. At 240 go a long way to find better body. Sheep knees 240 run bid 240. Bids on the south at 240. At 240 run bid 240. 5 anywhere. At 240 run bid 240. 40 on at 40 run bid 240. At 240, at 240 round bid at 40. Is that 5? We're a little bit light here. At 240, at 240 round bid at 240, 240. You're going to get him. 240, at 240 round 40. Last chance, last stick around, gives it away, don't miss anybody. At 240. Robert. Right, these are Milfords out of the Blackies. Not such got a big body, but they've been great mothers as well. What are we saying now? A couple hundred. 100 pounds, 200 a start. 200. 180.
Yes.
180, 190. 200. 200 bid at 200. That's 200 bid at 200 pound bid at 200. That's 210. 210 a bid 210. 215. 215 a bid 215. 15 up at 215. At 215 pound a bid 215. That's smart sheep. At 215, one more. 20 the call. 220. At 220, man bid 220. At 220, man bid 220. At 220. At 220, bid at 220. 5 anywhere. 220, man bid 220. At 220, man bid 220. At 220, man at 5. At 225. At 225, bid at 225. 30?
Yes.
30. At 30, man bid at 30. 30 at 30, man bid at 30. At 30, well, watch him go. At 230. At 230, man bid 30. 5 in your else, last chance. You're finished. We're selling 230. Looking around last time at £230. And again, Milfords and the Scotties. We're getting through them. A nicer pen. Danny says a good strong pen here. Couple hundred again to start. 200.
Yes.
200 at 200, a bit at 200. 210. 210 a bit 210. At 210, a bit 210. 210 a bit at 210. At 210. At 210, a bit 210. 210 a bit at 210. At 210 a bit 20. 220 a bit 25. At 220. At 220, a bit at 220. At 220, a bit at 220. 20 on the 20. The 5 anyway. At 220, a bit at 220. At 220, a bit 220. 5. At 225, a bit at 225. 25 at 25, a bit at 225. Watch them go then. At 225. At 225, and a bit 225. It's a 30 anywhere. At 225. They seem little enough prices away of making mighty money. Sheep away. 225. 30. Your call as well. At 225, last chance. Same again, just smaller pen, matching up. We say couple hundred. 200, 180, 180. 180, anybody? Got a couple of bidders behind here. 180, anybody? 180. 180 bid 180. 80 on 180 pen bid 180. At 180 pen bid 180. 80 a bid of 180. 90 at 180 bid of 180. 80 a bid of 180. At 180. At 180 pen bid 180. At 180 bid 80. Take 5, keep moving. 180 pen bid of 180. 80 up at 180. 180 pen bid 180. Penny behind there. 180 is a 5 anyway. 180 bid of 180. 180 pen bid 180. Bid
Yes.
5. 85 at 185. 85 at 185. 85 at 185. At 185. Thought they'd be all over the 2. 190. 190 bid 90. 90 at 90 pen bid 190. At 190. At 190 pen bid 190. 90 at 90 is a 5 anyway. We're struggling a bit here at 190. 190. Another 5. 190. At 190 pen bid 190. Is a 5 anywhere else? At 190. 190. At 190 pen bid 190. Bids with me. You're out, Richard. Well, watch him go then. 190, last chance. Right on the taxel cross, out the mules. Out the mules. Right. Okay, Danny picks one of the nicest pens he's had for a long time. Been selected from lots of sheep and got a real nice pen here. Proud of the pen, we say that. Couple hundred a start. £200 a start. 200.
Yes.
2 bid at 200, bid at 200. 2 up at 200, bid at 200. Real smart sheep. At 200, bid at 2. 2 up at 200. At 200, bid at 2. 2
Yes.
up at 200. 10, 20, 30, 230, 40. At 240, bid 240. At 240, 50, 250, 50, 50 bid at 250. Mike bids out, 250. At 250, bid at 250. At 250 bid at 250, 50 bid 60, at 260, at 260 bid 60, at 60, at 260 bid 260, 70, 270, at 270 bid 270, at 270 bid at 270, 270 bid at 270, 70 bid take 5, at 270, at 270 bid at 270, at 270 bid at 270, 70 on at 70 bid 270, best penny thinks that's through, at 270. Bit disappointed. 270, thought to be around the 3. 270, take 5. 270, looking around there. Last chance, anybody? 270, last chance, last time. And again, very similar. Couple hundred to start. 200. 200 pound start. 2 big at 210, 210, 210.
Yes.
210, 20, 220, 30, 230 with 30. 230 pound 30, you're out 40. 40 at 240, 50. 250 with 250. At 250 pound bid at 250. At 250. At 250 pound bid at 250. 250 pound bid at 250. 50 at 50 pound bid at 250. At 250 pound bid at 250. 50 at 50 pound bid at 250. At 250. At 250 pound bid at 250. 50 a bid at 50, take 5. At 250. At 250 pound bid at 250. 50 bid at 250. At 250. At 250 bid at 250. Bids with me, you're out. At 250. At 250 pound. Watch him go, you're going to get him. 250 bid at 250. 50 bid at 250. Look around, anybody else, you finish at 250.
Robert Watson, I forgot you there. Couldn't find that water sometimes.
And again, not many pens of them left. If you want a pen, get them quick. Couple hundred as well. 200. Right, one just caught this leg coming through. Danny says he'll stand by it. She'll come right till he sort it out one way or another. It's a nice type of sheep too, what do you say? Couple hundred. 200.
Yes.
200 bid at 2, 2 on it, 200 bid at 2. At 200 bid at 2, 2 up 10. 210 a bid, 210, 20, 30, 230 bid 230, 30 up at 30 bid at 230, at 230, at 230 bid 230, bids on the north, at 230,
yes.
At 40, at 250, 250 bid at 250, at 250 bid at 250.
Yes.
60, 260 bid 260, at 260 bid 260, at 60 bid 60, bids with a call, at 260, what's your go? At 260, at 260 bid at 260, at 65 anywhere, at 260, looking around, 260, we're selling, bids with a call, last chance at 260. Frankie.
Frankie Quay. Peter Quay.
And a nice pen there. Reverse Parker in the way say. Couple hundred again to start.
Yes.
200 bid at 10. 210 a bid 210. 210 a bid 210. 20. 210 a bid at 210. 210 up at 210 bid a bid 210. Bids on the north at 210. At 210 bid a bid 210. 210 20. 220, 30, 230 bid 30, 40 at 240, 50, 250 bid at 250, at 250, at 250 bid at 250, take 5, at 250, the last pen of these, at 250, at 250 bid at 250, watch him go, at 250, bids on the north, at 250, you're out, 250, look around anybody else, don't miss anybody, 5 anywhere, 250, we're selling, last time, at 250. And again, we've got the Suffolk crosses now. They're great sheep, put a white top with them, you won't get any better lambs. Out the New Zealand Suffolk they are, some shape and then they're good sheep. We say a couple hundred to start. 200. 2 to start. A nice bunch of sheep here, 200. Put any top on them. 2 up at 200 bid, 200 bid, 200. At 200 bid at 210. 210 bid, 210. 20, yes. 220, 30 the call, 230 bid 30, 30, 40, at 240 bid 240, ladies bid at 240, at 220 bid at 240, 50 anywhere, at 240, at 220 bid at 240, 50 anywhere, take 5, 240 bid at 240, at 240 bid 240, it's at 5 anywhere, at 240, at 240 bid 240, at 240 pound. Well, a bit disappointed, we're going to chance them on slowly, 240 is at 5 anywhere. 25, 245 at 245. My bid's in at the north. You're out. 245. 250. 250 bid at 250. That's 250 bid at 250. That's 250. Ladies bid. We're selling. Come on. And again, great sheep. With a body on them. 200 again to start. 200.
Yes.
2 bid at 200 bid at 200. At 200 bid at 2. 2 up at 10. 210 bid 210. 20. 220 bid 220. 30. 230 bid 30. 40 at 240. 50. 50 bid at 50 bid at 250. At 250. Bids on the north. At 250. At 250. At 250 bid at 250. At 250 bid at 250. Watch them go then. At 250. Take 5 anywhere. At 250. Look around anybody else. At 250. At 250. We're selling. You're all finished. We're selling. Last chance last time at 250.
How many you got down for this?
Right, on the easy care cross here. They're matching up nice on this. Hope easy landman too as well, what we say then. 200. 200. 200 pound start.
Yes.
2 bid at 200 bid at 200. At 200 bid at 2. 2 up at 200. At 200 bid at 2. 2 up at 200 bid at 200. At 200. 10. 210 bid 210. 20. 30. 230 bid 230. At 230 bid at 30. At 30 bid 30. Come again. At 30, at 230, bids on around my right, at 230, 40 anyway, at 230, bid 30, 30 on at 30, 230, at 230 at 30, 30 up at 30, matching up lovely sheep on there, 230 bid 30, at 30 bid 30, at 30 bid at 230, it's a 5 anyway, keep moving, 230 bid at 30, at 230 bid at 230. Need a bit of competition somewhere. We're a bit disappointed here. At 230, I am anyway. 230 bid at 230, it's a 5 anyway, at 230 pounds. 230. It's a bit reluctant to sell, but you're going to get them there on sale. Take 5 anyway. 230 pound bid at 230. At 230 pound bid 30. At 230 pound bid 230. 30 up, we're selling at 230. Chris. It's a mighty strong partnership here, folks. We say that 200 stuff, 200. It's good sheep here, 200. 200 anybody? Couple hundred. 200 anybody? 200. Good strong pen here, 200. 180.
Yes.
180, a bit of 180. 80 on 80, pound bid now 180. 80 pound bid now 180. 80 pound bid now 180. 80 up at 180. 90 anywhere. 180, 90. 190 bid of 190. 90 bid of 190. 190 pound bid 190. 90 on at 190. At 190. At 190 pound bid 190. 200 anywhere. On the price of the hoggers, was it? 190 bid 190. At 190 pound bid 190.
Yes.
2. At 200 bid at 200.
Is that Mark, is it? No.
200, you're out on this side. 210, 210 a bit 210, 210 a bit at 210. At 210 man a bit 210, 210 a bit 210. At 210, at 210 man a bit 210, 210 a bit at 210, 20 anyway. Take 5, 210 a bit 210. At 210 man a bit 210. Looking around anybody else, you're all finished at 210 pound. Right, chance them on sale. Disappointed, 210 a bit at 210. They are good sheep, aren't they? 210, bids on the north. At 210, 15 anyway. Last chance, last time, 210. Mark. Right on again, couple hundred. 180.
Yes.
180 bid 180. 180 bid now 180. 80 up at 8 pound at 180. 80 pound bid 180.
Yes.
90, 190 bid 190. 90 on at 190 pound bid 190. At 190. At 190. 2. 2 at 200 bid at 2. 2 up at 200 pound bid at 2. At 200 pound bid at 2. At 200 pound bid at 200. At 210. 210 bid 210. 210 bid at 210. At 210 pound bid 210. 210 on at 210. At 10. 15 anyway. 210 bid at 210. At 210 and watch them go then. At 210.
Yes.
15. 215 and bid 215. 20. 20 bid 20. 20 on at 20 pound bid 220. At 220. 5 again. At 220. At 220. Look around. Anybody else? You finish. We're selling at 220. Chris Neal. Where is it? Where is it? Where is he? Oh, we'll check it. Oh, no, can't bloody see him. Whoops. And again, we say, couple hundred, stronger sheep, couple hundred. They'll be just right at the top of the time, won't they? 180 to start. 180. 180 bid 180.
Yes.
90. 192. At 200 bid at 200. At 200 bid at 200. Pound bid at 200.
Yes.
That's 10. 210 bid 210. 210 bid at 210. 20. At 220 pound bid at 220. 30. At 230 pound bid 30. 30 up at 3 pound bid at 30. Take 5. 235. 235 at 235. 35 at 235. At 235 you're out 40. 240. At 240 pound bid 245. At 240 pound bid at 240. At 240. Shaking his head. Watch him go. 240, at 240 pound bid at 240, at 240, look around anybody else to finish, we're selling at 240. We're getting through them, folks. If you want to pen a sheep, don't leave it too long. We say a couple hundred, 2 to stop, 180, yes, 180, 180 bid 180, 180 pound bid now 180, 80 bid at 180 pound bid 180, 180 bid at 180, 90 anywhere, 180 bid at 180, 80 pound bid at 180, 80 bid at 180, 80 pound bid 180, 90 anywhere. At 180 pound bid 180, 80 bid at 180, 80 bid at 180, 80 on at 80 pound bid now 180. Bit disappointed here. 180 bid 180, take 5, moving. 180 pound a bid, 180. 80 pound a bid at 180. 80 up at 85. 85, 90. 90 a bid, 90. 90 a bid at 90, one more. 95. 195 at 195. Then 200. 200 bid at 200. At 200 pound a bid at 2. 2 up at 200. At 200 pound a bid at 2. Well, watch him go. 200. At 5, 25 bid, 25. 25 bid 10. 210 a bid at 210. 210 on at 210. At 210 we're selling. At 210. Last time 15. 215. 20. 220. 220 bid 220. 20 at 20 pound bid 220. You're out. You finished. Last time at 220.
Out of tribute use. These are nice, quite nice use.
Some bonny sheep here. Right. Bred out of the Bull Leicester with Cheviot ewes. Is it the Scotch Offbred? Is it? Yeah. Right on the Scotch Offbred, the grand sheep. Okay. They're Scotch, but there's a bit of Welsh blood in them. Right. Right, what do you say? Good bodied, lengthy sheep, aren't they? Couple hundred. 2 to start. 200.
Yes.
2 bid at 2, bid at 200. At 2, bid at 2, 2 on at 200. At 2, bid at 2, 2 up at 200. At 2, bid at 2. At 2, bid at 2, 2 up at 2, bid at 200. At 2, bid at 2, 2 up at 2, bid at 200. At 2, bid at 2, 2 up at 200. At 2, bid at 2, 2 on at 2, bid at 2. Take 5 anywhere. There's style of them. At 200. At 2, bid at 200. Got a Leicester and the Chevy. 2 bid at 2. At 2, bid at 200. At 2, bid at 2. At 2 bid at 2. 2 up at 200 is a 10 anywhere. Take 5. At 200 bid 2. 2 up at 200. 5. 25 bid 25. At 205 bid 25. You're out.
Yes.
10. 210 bid 210. At 210 bid 210. One more. At 210. At 210 pounds. Right, he says put them on sale slowly. 210 a bid at 210. At 210 a bid 210. 15 anywhere looking around last chance. Last chance everybody, you finished. We're selling at 210. And again, great pen again. Good pen of sheep here with a style about them. Strength and length, we say. Couple hundred again to start. 180. 180.
Yes.
80, 180 bid 180. 180 bid at 180. 80 up at 180 pound a bid now 180. 80 pound a bid now 180. 80 up at 180 pound a bid 180. 90. 85. 85 bid 185. 90. 190 bid 95. 95 bid 195. 200. 200 bid at 200. Is that puppy? 200 pound a bid at 200. At 200 bid at 2. Take 5. At 200 pound a bid at 200. At 200 pound a bid at 2. 2 up at 200 pound a bid at 200. Strong pen of sheep. 200 pound a bid at 200. At 200 pound a bid at 2. At 200 pound a bid at 2. Take 5 anywhere. At 200 we're selling. 200 pound a bid at 200. At 200 pound a bid at 200. Watch him go. At 200 pound a bid at 2. At 200. My bid's out. You finished. We're selling. At 200. 3. Right on the Dorset. Lamb any time. Lamb 3 times in 2 years if you do it, get it right. Again, good mothers. Well, let's say these couple hundred. 2 to start. Just 1 pen there is. 200. 200. 180. 180. Price of the hugging. 180. Anybody? 180.
Yes.
180 bid at 180. 80 on 80 pound bid at 180. 80 pound bid at 180. 80 pound bid 180. 90 anywhere. 180 pound bid 180. 180 pound bid 90. 190 bid 190. 90 bid at 190. At 190 pound bid now 190. 200. 200 bid at 200. At 200 pound bid at 2. 2 up at 200 pound bid at 200. At 200. At 200 pound bid at 210. 210 bid 210. At 210 pound bid 210. 210 bid 210. At 210. Come again. At 210. 20. At 220. At 220 pound bid 220. Take 5. At 220. 25. At 225 at 225. 25, 30. 230 bid 30. 30 at 30 pound bid at 230 would sell it. 230. Looking around anybody else. 35. At 235 at 235. 35, 40. 240 bid 40. 40 bid 20 pound bid at 240. One more. At 240. Out on the north. At 240. 5. At 245 pound bid 245. 45 at 245. You like the sheep? Don't let them go for a pound. 245. Bids far away. 50. 250. 250 bid at 250. Shaking your head at 250. Set.
You got it, right?
Is it your age?
Given a bit cut. So,
Which one? Okay, it's one. Just give it on his foot a bit, but he'll stand by it. He'll come right. Nice pendant also on. We say then. Real traditional type of sheep, I say. 200 pound a start. 200. Strong sheep again. 200. Real nice sheep to work with. 200 pound bid at anybody. Sorry, 200. Haven't got it. 180. 180, 180 bid at 180, 180 bid at 180, at 180 pound bid at 180, 80 bid at 180, 90, 190 bid at 190, at 190 pound bid at 190, 90 on 190 pound bid at 190, it was 190, at 190 pound bid at 200, 2 bid at 200, 210, 220, 20 on it, 220, 30, 230 bid 30, 40, 240 bid 240, at 250. 250 bid at 250. At 250 pound bid at 250. Watch him go. You're going to get him. 250. 250 bid at 250. We're selling. Bids behind me. 250. Last chance. 5 anywhere. Looking around at 250. Charlie.
Well, you're paid for it.
Right on the straight, Chevius. We're getting through the sheep, folks. They'll live forever. They'll never get in their backs, we say that. 180. 180. On the Chevius, 180. 180. 180. 160 to stop. 160. 160. Somebody said go on. Oh, maybe not. 160.
Yes.
60. 160 bid at 160. At 160 pound bid at 160. 160 bid at 160. 60 on at 60 pound bid at 160. 160 bid at 60. 60 on at 60 pound bid at 160. 70 anywhere. At 160. At 160 pound bid at 160. 60 bid at 160. At 160 pound bid at 160. Take 5, keep moving. 160. At 160 pound bid at 160. At 160 pound now 160. 160 bid at 160. 5 anywhere. At 160 bid at 160. Disappointed here. At 160. At 160 pound at 160. Where are you going to get him? 160. 160 bid at 160. 160 pound bid at 160. 5 anywhere. 165 looking around anybody. You're all finished. Last chance, last time. Jamie Cook. 60. Right, and the Welsh cross. Right, they're hardish type sheep too, again, good mothers. We're saying them. What do you say, Dan? Hillgrave. Hillgrave. On the Welsh, we're saying them. Couple hundred. 200. 200. 180. 180. 180. They'll live forever. Come down a bit. 150 to start. 150. 150 to start. Cheap shillings, folks. 150. Is that bid? Charlie's bidding. He's thinking about it. No. 150. 150 bid at 150. At 150 bid at 150. At 150 bid at 50. 50 on the Welsh type at 150. At 150 bid at 150. 50 bid at 150. Look around everybody else at 150. At 150. At 150 bid at 150. At 150 pounds. Right there. A bit disappointed, but you're going to get him. 150 bid at 50. 50 take 5 anywhere. 150. 150 bid at 150. At 150 pound bid now 150. 50 bid at 150 pound. We're selling at 150. Yeah. Oh, can I sit on that? On the easy care. They've been slow gaining in popularity, but I think in the future there'll be a lot more of these about. We say a couple hundred. 150. Clarkson's sheep. He's doing a good job. He's putting the agriculture on the map. Danny says it's Clarkson and Ray Kelly. He puts the two of them in the same bracket. Good to talk, sell you anything. Right, we say 150. Yes. 150 bid at 50. 160. 160 bid 60. At 160 bid 60. At 160 bid 160. 160 bid 160. 60 bid 160 bid 160. At 160, once you've had these type, get used to them. 160, don't go back to the other type. 160 bid 160. At 160. At 160, bids on the north. Need a bid or two. 160, take 5 anyway. 160 bid 160. At 160 bid 160, look around at 160. Don't see it. 160, he's disappointed. 160 is the 5 anyway. At 160. At 160 bid 160. 5, 165, 70. Yes? 70. 170 bid at 170. Come again. 5. 175. 80. I've got 175 at the back. You're out on the north. 180. 180. I don't know if I bid 180. Come again. 180. 80 bid at 180. We're selling. Look around. Last time at 180. Alan. Yeah. Sounds another pen. Right, what are you saying these?
Mayborn, but most of them have still got lamb's teeth.
Right, they're Mayborn, but most of them have still got lamb's teeth. Only they are Sheelans, obviously, but the late-born lambs come from a hard place. Right, we say they'll do, they'll grow wherever you put them. We say 150 again. 150. 150, 150 bid at 50. At 150 bid at 150. At 150. 150 bid at 50. 50 bid at 150. 60 at the back. 150 bid at 50. At 150 bid at 150. 150. Another month or two, tuppence higher, they'll grow on, they'll be great mothers again. 150. 150 bid at 150. 150 bid at 150. 50 bid at 150 bid at 150. Take 5 anywhere. 150. At 150 bid. At 150. Look around anybody else. At 150. Disappointed here, folks. 150. 150 bid at 150. They would have been more, not even worth more through the plant. 150. 150 bid at 150. It's a 5 anyway. 150. At 150 pounds. Well, it's disappointed we're going to get them. 150 bid at 50. 150 bid at 150. 150 bid at 150. Take 5. You finished. Last time. 150. Alan. I think you've all been waiting for these. Yeah? I know. They sold well last year, did they? Well, we're saying these on the herd. Everybody should have some good sheep, especially if you cross them, I think. No. We say, couple hundred. Just the one pen we've got, couple hundred. Couple hundred. What? 150. 150 to start. If you make good mothers and put Charlotte or Texel on them, anything on them, super long. 150 anybody? 150. 150. Anybody? 150. Looking for a bid somewhere to start. One of the highlights last year. 150. Anybody? 150. We've got a fair start somewhere. 100 pound start. 100. 100 pound start. They're strong enough sheep for that. 100.
I don't think we'll pay.
100 pound start. Anybody? £100 starts. 100, 100 bid, 100 up at £100, 100. At £100 bid, 100. £100 bid at 100. 100 up at £100 bid at 100. £100 bid at 100. £100 bid at 100. 100 up at £100 bid at 100. £100 bid at 100. Oh, is she okay? £100 bid at 100. £100 bid at 100. 100 up at 100. 10. 10. 110 bid 110. £110 bid at 110. Who's bid over here? 110 bid 110. 110 bid 110. At 110. Can't remember who the first bid was it? Oh, Adam. 120, 120, 30, 130 bid 30, 30 up at £30 bid 30, and again, 130. You won't get cheaper. 130 bid at 30, at £30 bid at 130, at 130 bid at 130, 30 up at £30 bid 130, 40, 140 bid 50, 150 bid at 50, at £50 bid 150. 150 pound bid at 150, 50 bid at 150, anybody else missing anybody anywhere? 150 bid at 150, bids on my right, out on that side, 150, at 150 pound bid 150, at 150 pound. Disappointed here, 150, 150 bid at 150, anybody else? Take 5, keep moving. 150 bid at 50, at 150 bid at 150, out on that side, make no mistake, bids over here, 150. 150 bid at 50, look around, last chance, last time, we're selling at 150. Yeah, David Green. Yeah. Right on the blackies there, nice sheep, are they? We're saying then, £200 start. 150. 150. Strong shield's here. 150. 150. 150 anybody?
Yes.
150 bid at 150. At 150 man wins 150. 50 bid at 150 man wins 150. At 150 man bid 150. At 150 bid at 50. At 50 man bid 150. 50 bid at 50 man bid 150. 60. 160 bid 60. 70. 80.
Yes.
90. 2. The good sheep. 2 at 200 bid at 200. At 200 bid at 2. 2 on at 200 bid at 200. You're out. At 200 bid at 2. 2 over 200 and else. At 200. At 200 bid at 2. 2 over 200. At 200 bid at 2. 2 over 200. At 200. Bids far away. At 200. At 200 bid at 2. 2 over 2. Great body sheep. At 200. Real nice style about them as well. At £200. On sale slowly. 200 bid at 2. Take 5. Keep moving. 200 bid at 2. 2 over 200. At 200 bid at 2. 2 over 2. They made more last year. 200 bid at 2. We're selling at 200. Jim. And again, could be stronger. But again, 200, 200, 180, 180. Your bid right. 180. Anybody? 180. Good sheep. 180.
Danny?
180.
Is that blue show?
180. Anybody?
Where's blue head?
180.
Blue head was the last one.
180, anybody gives the start? 150 to start then. 150, 150 bid at 50, 50 on 50 bid 150. 150 bid at 50, 50 at 50 bid 150. At 150 bid 150, 50 bid at 50. At 50 bid at 50, 50 at 50 bid 150. Anybody else? At 50. At 150 bid 60, 160 bid 60. At 160, at 70, 170 bid 80, 180 bid 180, 80 at 180 bid 180. One more. At 180, at 180, at 180, take 5, 180, 5, 185 bid 185, 85 bid 185, bid 185, out in the middle, 185, bid to the bail to 185,
Yes.
90, 190 bid 90, 90 at 90 bid 190, 190, come again, at 190, at 190 bid at 190. 190, got a chance on sale, 190, my 2 bids are out. 190, 190 bid at 190, take 5 anywhere, out on the floor, make no mistake, 190, that's 190, bids to the call, Stephen Chadwick. And again, 150 to start. Not too many more left. You want to get a pen? 150. 150. 150. 150. 150.
Yes.
150 caller, 150. 50 50 pound bill, 150. At 150. At 160. 160 bid 60. At 160.
Yes.
70. 170. 170 bid 170. At 170 pound bid 170. 80. 180 pound bid at 190. 190 bid 190. 90 on 190 pound bid 190. Take 5 at 190. At 190 pound bid 190. At 190. At 190. My bids are out. 190. Take 5. 190. At 190 pound bid 190. You're thinking about it. 95. 195. At 195. Watch him go. At 195 pound bid 195. 2. At 195. At 195 bids behind me. At 195 we're selling. At 195. Last chance, last time. At 195. Will. What's that, Tom? We're getting through them. We say 150. 150. Not many pens left if you want a pen. 150 bid 50. 50 50 pound 150. At 150. At 150 pound bid 150. 150. 150 bid at 50. 50 60. Yes. 50 bid at 150. 60. 60 bid at 60. At 160 pound bid 160. At 170. 70 bid at 70. 70 on at 70 pound bid 80. 180 bid 80. 80 at 80 pound bid now 180. 80 bid 180. Take 5. 180. 180 bid at 180. 5 anywhere. At 180 pound bid 180. My bids are all out. At 180. Anybody else? Your bid's in. At 180 pound bid 180. Watch him then. At 180. Look around. Anybody else? You're all finished. At 85. 85 pound bid 185. 90. 190 bid 90. 90 at 90. Watch him go. My bid's finished. You're in. Stephen Chadwick. Stephen Chadwick. 190. Not too many left. We say 150. 150. The nice matched up 150. 150. 150. 150 to start. 150. 150 anybody? 150. 120 to start. 120.
Yes.
120 minute 20. 20 at 20 pound 120. At 120 pound 120. At 120 pound 120. 20 at 20 pound now 120. At 120. At 120 pound 120. 20 at 20 pound 120. At 120. At 120 bid 120. They're lively enough for that on there. 120 bid 120. At 125 anywhere. At 120 pound bid 120. 20 a bid 120. At 120. The light. At 120. At 120 pound bid 120. 20 a bid 120. At 120 pound bid 120.
Yes.
5. At 125 at 125. 25 at 125. 25 at 25. 30. 125 at 125. At 125 at 125. 25 at 125. At 125. At 125 bid at 125. Bids behind. At 125. At 125. No, we got to do better. 125. Well, just maybe speak to him afterwards. Right, there's some stronger sheep here. I say 150. 150 to start. All hill bred. 150. 150 to start. It's a nice pen here. 150. I believe they're stronger than the last one's 150. 150. Anybody? 150. There's only one more pen coming of these. 150. 150. 150 with 50 on 50 round 150. At 150. At 150 round 150. 50 at 50 round 150. At 150, take 5 anywhere. 150 bid at 150, 50 bid at 150. At 150 bid at 50, 50, 150, 5, 155, 160, 160 bid at 65, 165, at 165, 70, 170 bid at 170. Watch him go. At 170, at 170 bid at 170. Bids on top. My bid's in, you're out. Make no mistake, we're selling at 170. Darren. And the last 10 of them, 150 again. 150. They're all fitting up, 150. 150. 150, seems well, not going to sell much below that. 150. 140 to start. 140. Anybody? 140. Anybody? 140. 140. 120 to start. 120 a minute, 120. 20 and 20 pound 120. At 120 pound 120. At 120 bid 120. 20 and 20 pound 120. Take 5. At 120. At 120 pound bid 120. Is that bid? 120 bid 120. 20 and 20 pound 120. At 120. At 120. Bids out the back with 120. 120 bid 120. Is a 5 anywhere? At 120. 120 bid at 120. 20 bid at 120 pound. 120. He's not impressed. 120 bid at 120. 5. 125 bid 125. At 125 at 125. 25 at 125. At 125 at 125. Price of call was this. 125. At 125. 30 anywhere. Your bid. Right is on sale. 125 you're going to get it. 125 bid 125. Looking around last chance. You're finished. 30. 130 at 30. 30 at 30 pound bid 130. At 130 pound bid 130. Don't miss them for a bid. 130 pound bid 130. At 130. At 130. You finish. We're selling. At 130. Dutch spotted cross, Dutch texel. They make bonny sheep, don't they? We're selling these. We say, couple hundred, 200. Lovely shape in them. He likes the shape of these real classy type sheep. 200, 200, 180 to start. 180. 180, 180 bid, 180, 90, 190 bid, 190. At 190, 200. 200 bid at 200, 200 bid at 200. At 200 bid, 210. 210 bid, 210. 210 bid, 210. 20. 210 bid, 20. 230. 230 bid, 30. 30 over 30 pound bid at 230. At 230. At 240. At 250. 250 bid at 250. 50 bid at 250, 60. At 260. At 260 pound bid, 260. At 260. At 260 pound bid at 260. 60 bid at 260. At 260. At 260 pound anybody else? At 260. 70. At 260. At 260.
Roxy.
It's your bids in the corner there, 260.
Yes.
At 260. 70. 70. 270 bid at 270. At 270 bid at 270. At 270. 270 bid at 270. There's a little girl behind me trying to bid, but the dad won't let her. 270 bid at 270. At 270. At 270 pound bid 270. Bids with the call. Ladies out on the corner. Your bid. Hey? It is Roxy. Right. Roxy's bid. 270 we're selling. 270 looking around at 270. Roxy. She was at 260. Okay. Right, come on, guys. Is it touch your what? Right, it's a badger face and a mule, spotted texel, just they don't match with the nice, pretty couple of sheep that matches some young ones. So we say 200, 150, 150, 150. They look nice, a couple of lambs in the springtime, aren't they? 150, 150.
Roxy again.
150 bid at 150. 150 bid at 150. 50 bid at 150. 160. 160. 170. 170 bid at 170. 170 bid at 170. 70 bid at 170. 170 bid at 170. 70 bid at 170. 80. 180. 180, 190, 190 bid 190, 200, 200 bid at 200, at 210, 210 a bid 210, 210 a bid at 210, 210 a bid 210. Ladies bid in the corner, 210 a bid at 210. We're selling 210, at 210 a bid 210, at 210. You'll be able to pick them out in the flock, 210. We're selling, looking around, you finished at 210. Roxy. Okay, on the two horned Lochtons, there's shearlings and two shears. Right? The young sheep with their shearlings and two shears. Right, what are we saying then? £100 to start, 180 to start, 80. £80 to start, 80. 80 and £80 bid now 80, 80 up and £80 bid now 80. 80 bid at 80, 80 up at £80 bid now 80, 80 up at 80, 80 bid at 80. Bids behind me, £80 bid now 80, 80 on £80 bid now 80, 90 anyway. £80 bid 80, £80 bid at 80, 80 up at £80 bid at 80, 80 bid at 80, take 5, keep moving, £80 bid 80, 80 up at £80 bid 80 at £80. Slowly on sale, £80 bid 80, so 5 anyway, £80 bid 80, £80 bid 80, 80 on £80 bid 80, 5 anywhere, £80 bid 80, 80 a bid 80, selling at 80, watch them go. Is there 5? Something be around the 100, 80 we're selling at £80. What we got this time, Danny?
Same again.
Right, same again. Shearlings and two shear. £80 again. 80 and £80 bid 80. 80 on £80 bid 80. 80 bid 80 and £80 bid 80. 80 up at 80. 80 bid 80. 5 anywhere. £80 bid 80. 80 up at 80. £80 5. 85 bid 85. 85 90. 90 bid 95. 95 95 100 100 up at 100. 5. 15 110. 110 bid 110. Watch him go. You're going to get him. 110. Bid ladies bid behind me. 110. He's sorry to see them go, he says. 110 bid 110. Tears in his eyes. 110. At 110 bid 110. Ladies bid behind. We're selling.
I've got my phone number, is that we met?
Right on the Swiss Valley Black Nose, you lambs, are they? This is this is Charlotte, is it? Right, Olivia's this. I'm not sure she's going to get. Hopefully, she'll get the check as well. Right, this is Olivia Creer. She lives in the big house behind. Auntie Kath and Creer and Colin will be very pleased to see this child showing a lot of interest, done well at the shows as well. Right, boys, saying these ewe lambs. 150 to start. 150. 150 bid at 50. 50 at 50 pound 150. That's 150 bid at 150. 150 pound bid now 160. 160. 170. 180. 180. Bids here at 180. 180 bid 180. 190. 190 200. 2 bid at 200. At 2 bid at 200. At 2 bid at 2 bids behind me. At 200. At 2 bid at 200. I think we should have had her in the beginning. 200. At 10. 210 a bid 210. 20. 220 at 220. At 220 bid 220. At 220. Well, Olivia, can you drive them out? 220. We're going to sell them. 220. At 220. Bids behind me. Looking around. She's got the style. We're selling at 220. Right, these are weathers. We're saying now Apparently they make good pets. What do we say? 150.
It's a slippery slope, you shouldn't do it.
Danny's getting soft in his old age. He says if anybody wants a couple, we'll split them. We say 150. 150 on the Weathers. They do make nice pets. 150. 100.
Yes.
100. 100 bid 100 up a ton of pound bid 100. 100 pound bid 100. 100 up a ton of pound. They're big lambs, aren't they? 100 pound bid 100. 100 pound bid 100. 100 pound bid 100. 100 up a ton of pound bid 100. 10. 110 bid 110. 20. 120. At 120 pound bid 120. At 120 pound bid 120. Anybody else? At 120. At 120 pound now 120. 20 a bid of 120. 30. At 120. 120. 130. 130 a bid of 30. 40. 140 a bid of 40. 40 a bid of 40. At 140. At 140 pound 140. Well, I think that might be it. 140. We're going to sell them. Watch them go. 140. Bids behind. They're all from under food home. We're selling 140. Is this Harry's sister? Is it? Yeah, okay, okay. Right, so I think these have been put forward or donated in memory of Harry Gilling. So by Donna, being donated by Donna from Ballaglonney, Donna Grant. And this is Harry's sister who just wants to say a few words.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
No. Firstly, I just want to say a special thank you to Danny and Donna for making this day happen, for selling the sheep in Harry's memory to raise money for I'll Stand Up to Suicide. What you have done means more to our family than I could ever put into words. To take the time and effort to organise something so meaningful in Harry's name is something we will always be incredibly grateful for. Standing here and talking about Harry is something I never imagined I would ever have to do. Losing someone you love is painful enough, but losing Harry to suicide has left a kind of pain and emptiness that is very difficult to put into words. But today isn't just about the way we lost Harry, it's about the person he was, the things he loved and the memories he left behind. One thing that I think everyone who knew Harry would agree on was just how passionate he was about farming and agriculture. It wasn't just something he was interested in, it was a huge part of who he was. Harry cared deeply about farming and the people within the industry. He wasn't someone who would sit quietly when he felt something needed to be said. He never held back when there were issues that needed to be raised, and he wasn't afraid to speak his mind or stand up for what he believed was right. Harry was an amazing person. He had a smile that could light up every room he walked into, and he had a way of making memories that we will hold onto forever. There will always be things we wish we could have said to Harry, questions we wish we could ask, moments we wish we could have back. Today is such a beautiful way of keeping Harry's memory alive, to see people come together, sell sheep in his name and raise money for such an important cause means so much to our family. Suicide leaves behind so many unanswered questions and so much heartache. If there is one thing I would want people to take away from today, is to please check in on the people you love, ask them how they really are, listen without judgment, and if you're struggling yourself, please don't ever feel that you have to carry it alone. Harry's life meant something. His life touched so many people, and his memory will continue to live on through all of us. So today, share a story, have a laugh, and remember my brother for the person he truly was. Thank you. Oh, what shakes.
Right. Right.
Thank you.
Is that the syndicate?
Yeah.
Right.
Go stays with the lambs.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Lancaster.
Right, we've got a couple of bunny lambs here, given by Donna Grant. They've been trimmed by Ian Lancaster. And Danny says the stick goes with the lambs, whoever buys the lambs. gets the stick. Right, it's a beauty too. What do we say? He was a good lad. We all remember him. What do we say? We'll do our best. We say 500 to start. 500, 5. At 500 bid at 500. 6 at 7. 8, 9. 1,000. 1,000 bid at 1,000.
Yes.
11, 12, 13. 1,300 bid 14. 14, 15, 16, 17. 1,800. 19. 2,000. 2-1. 2-2. 2-3. 2-3 bid at 2-3. At 2-3, there's a syndicate that have got together. Well done. They put them back in to sell them again. We start off 2,000. 500. 500, couple of bonny lambs. 5 at 500. 500 bid at 5. 5 up at 500. At 500 bid at 5. 5 up at 500 bid at 500. 600. 600. 607 at 700.
Yeah.
800. 800, 900. 900. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000 at 1,000 behind me. At 1,000. At 1,000. 1,100. 1,100 bid 11. 1,100 bid up at 11. The lady behind is buying them. 1,100. 1,100. We're selling them. 1,200. That's 13. 1,300. 14. 15. 1,500 a bid at 15. We're selling. 1,500. Well done. We appreciate all those got together within the syndicate, and well done to this last. I think her name's Coven. We'll find out afterwards. And if anybody wants to donate to it, if anybody wants to put maybe £100 in or £50, it's just pass it on to the mark. We're trying to get as much as we can. Thank you. Okay. Well done. Right.
These are actual sheep that I bought off Harry.
Okay.
Lamb sheep.
Okay. Right, these are a couple of shieling ewes that we're out to use that Harry Chillings had. He used to work here and with Danny. So they're out of his sheep, and these have been given to the charity as well. Okay, so what do we say for these two? We say 300 to start for the two.
Jim in the corner.
Pardon?
Jim in the corner.
200, 200 up at 200 and a bit of 200. At 200 and a bit of 200. At 200
Yes.
up at 250. Oh, this is each, sorry. Well, each, are you okay? 200 each? 200, 200 bid at 200. At 250. 250 bid at 250. At 250, 300. At 250, 300. At 300 bid at 300. At 300 bid up at each at 300. At 300. At 300 bid at 3. 3 up at 300 and a bid 300. Take 20 anywhere. At 300. At 300 and a bid at 300. Two pony ewes, aren't they? At 300 and a bid at 3. 3 up at 300 and a bid at 3 at 300. Sell them down. 300. Sell them at 300 then towards the charity. Well done at 300. Jim Carey. Right, these are Dutch spotted Texel. They're almost pure. They're about 15 16ths. So they're as pure as you can get. Right, do I say these nice ewes? Rich. Shillings they are, we say. We say 250 piece to start. 250. 250, couple hundred. 200 bid at 200 pound bid at 200. At 200 pound bid at 2. 2 up at 200. At 200 pound bid at 2. At 200 pound bid at 200. At 200 pound bid at 2. At 200. At 200 pound bid at 2 on the shillings. 210. 220. 30. 40. 240. At 240 pound bid at 240. At 240. At 240. You want to see better shape sheep? At 240. At 240 pound bid at 240. At 240. At 240. Bid behind me. At 240. 50. 245. 250. 250 bid 50. Come again. At 250. At 250 pound bid at 250. Anybody else? At 250. At 250. Bid behind me. At 250. At 250 pound bid at 250. At 250. Look around. Anybody else? 5. 255. 60. 260, come again. 260 bid of 60. 60 bid of 260. At 260, at 260 pounds. Consider what the bid of 260 bid of 260. At 260. At 260 bids behind me. 65, 70, 5, 80, 5, 90, 5, 300, 300, 5, 35, 305, 35, watch him go. 35, at 305, 35, bids on top, on the north. Thinks there could be another bid or two on them. 305, at 35, bid of 35, another bid is gone. At 35, at 305, bid 35, bids on top, we're selling. Are we okay? We're selling. 35, at 35, anybody else? Danny's a bit disappointed. 35, bid of 35, we're selling. You finished, we're selling. At 305. Alan. Right, and on the tucks, there's some great tucks running right through. Right, we're ready.
First prize shoes. Best in green, what's the best textile?
Right, this fellow was first prize at the Raw Show. He was best of breed and reserve champion of the whole sheep section. You stop them over there. Yeah. Right, we kick off with a beauty. We say him 1,500 to start. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000 pounds. 800. 800. 800 pounds to start. Quality sheep here, folks. 800. We go 800. 8. At 800 bid at 8. At 800 bid now 800. 800 bid at 8. 8 up at 800 bid now at 9. At 900 bid at 9. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000 bid at 1,000. 1,000 take 50. 1,000 bid at 1,000. 1,000 pounds 50. 1,050. 1,100. 1,150. 1,200. 1,200 bid at 12. 12 on the bales at 12. At 12 on the bid at 1,200. He's a good standing sheep, isn't he? 12 on the bid at 12. 12 up at 1,200. At 12 on the bid at 12. 12 up at 1,200. At 12 on the bid at 12. At 12 on the bid at 12. At 12 on the bid at 1,200. At 12 on the bid at 12. Could be a bid here. At 1,200. At 12 on the bid at 12. 12 up at 1,200. At 12 on the bid at 12. 12 up at 1,200. Anybody else interested? At 12 on the bid at 12. 12 up at 1,200. At 1,200 pounds. Where are you going to get them? 1,200. At 12 on a bid at 12. 12 up at 1,200. At 12 on a bid at 12. 12 take 50 anywhere. At 1,200. At 12 on a bid at 12. 12 up at 1,200. Looking around, anybody else? You finished? We're selling. Ladies first. We're selling at 1,200. Sarah. Right on the grass-fed tups now. I like the look of this fella. I picked him out of the field. He looks a good shaky sheep. What do we say? 800. 5 to start.
Yes.
5 at 5 and a bit of 5. 5 up at 500. At 5 and a bit of 5. 550. 550 bit of 550. 50 a bit of 550. 6 at 600. At 600 bit of 6. At 600 bit of 600.
Yes.
50. At 650 bit of 650. 7 at 750. 750 bit 750. 8 at 800. 50. 850 bit now 850. 859 at 900 bit of 900. At 900. At 9 at the call. 20. Take 20. 900. At 900, bid at 9. 9 up at 900. Watch him go then. 900. At 900, bid at 9. 9 on at 900. At 900, bid at 9. 20 anywhere. At 900, bid to the call. You finish. We're selling. At 900. And again, great standard sheeping. 500 a start. 500. 500 pound a start. 500. 500 pound a start. 500 pound a start. It's a good sheep. 500. 500. 500. 400, not going any lower. 400, anybody? 400. 400. 400 bid at 4. 400 pound bid at 400. At 400 bid at 4. 4 up at 400 pound bid at 400. At 400 pound bid at 4. 4 up at 400. At 400 pound bid at 4. 4 up at 400. At 400 pound bid at 4. 4 up at 400. At 400. It's a nice standing top. At 400. At 400 bid at 4. At 400 bid at 400 pound bid at 400. 20 anywhere. At 400 pound bid at 400. At 400 pound bid at 400. Got to be competition somewhere. At 400. At 400 pound bid at 4. At 400 pound bid at 400. At 400 pound bid at 400. £400 bid at 4. Wait, you want to get him? £400 bid at 400. At £400 bid at 400. At 400, look around. 420. 420 bid 420. At 420. At 440. 440 bid 440. At 440 bid at 440. At 440 bid at 440. 60. 460 bid 460. At 460 bid at 460. Good looking sheep. At 460, one more. 460. At 460 bid at 460. At 460 pound bid at 460. 80. 480 bid at 480. At 480 bid at 480. We're selling.
Yeah.
And then again, good luck at the back end of him. We're saying him. Good sheep here. 400 again to start. Should be 500. 400 pound to start. 400. 400 pound to start. 400. Anybody? 400. 4 bid at 400 pound bid at 400. At 400 pound bid at 4. 400 pound bid at 400. At 400 pound bid at 400. It's a good sheep here, look back on him. At 400. At 400 pound bid at 400. At 400 pound bid at 4. 4 up at 400. 20. 420 bid for 40. 460. 460 bid 460. 80. 480 bid 480. At 480 pound bid 480. At 480 bid at 480. Look around the bill. At 480. There's a cheap ram here. 480. At 480 pound bid 480. At 480. Anybody else? At 480. At 480 pound bid 480. We're selling them. At 480. You're going to get him, 480. It's a good sheep, look at the back end on him. 480, 500 anyway. At 480, look around anybody else. You finished, we're selling. Bits on the corner at 480. Simo. And again, look at the roundness of his back end. 400 again to start. 400. Not so many textbooks this year, 400. 400 pound to start. 400. 400 pound to start. 400. 400 anybody. 400 bid at 400 pound bid at 400. At 400 pound bid at 4. At 400. At 400 bid at 4. 4 up at 400 pound bid at 400. At 400. At 400 pound bid at 4. 4 up at 400. 20 anyway. At 400. At 400 pound bid at 4. 4 up at 400. At 400 pound bid at 4. At 400 pound bid at 4. 4 up at 400. At 400, missing anybody anywhere. At 400 pound bid at 400. At 400 pound bid at 400. You're going to get him, 400. At 400 pound, disappointed. Should be 500 or 600 this round. 400 pound bid at 400. It's 20 anyway. At 400, looking around, last chance then. 420. 420 bid 420. At 420 pound bid 420. Come again. 440. No. 420. At 420 bid at 420. At 420 pound bid at 420. We're selling at 420. The killing. No. Freddie's friend. Bob, we got him. And again, there's some go in the middle of grass spread, they'll drive and go on and couple off the sheep. They'll do a good job, good sheep here. 500, 500, 400. 4 bid at 4 pound bid at 400. At 400 pound bid at 400. At 400 pound 20. 420, 40. 440 bid 440. 460. 460 bid 480. 480 bid 480. At 480 bid at 480 pound bid 480. At 480, fill it up. At 480. At 480 pound bid 480 and be else at 480. At 480 pound bid 480. 80 take 90. 480 bid 480. 80 bid at 480. At 480 pound bid 480. It's a 90 anywhere. At 480. At 480, my six out, 490, at 480, bid of 480. Looking around then, 480. At 480, at 480. Fifty up, 480 bid of 480, and 90 anywhere. You're going to get them. Disappointed. Thought they'd be all the piece over 500. 480, we're selling. Last second round.
Pretty number one, that.
Number one, Lancaster.
Another good sheep here. A bit more stretch in this, I always say 400. 400. 400 bid of 400. 20, 420 bid 420, 40, yes. 440, 460, 460 bid 460, 60 on, 60 man bid 460, at 460, good sheep, 460, at 460 bid of 460, at 460 bid of 460, 80, 480, at 485, at 480 bid of 480, yeah, 480, bid to the call, at 480, my bid's out, at 480, at 480, my bid 480, at 500 anywhere, at 480, at 480 pounds. Watch him go. Disappointed here, folks. 480 at 90. 490. 500. 500 bid of 500. 500 bid of 5. At 500, we're selling. Bids behind. Ian. And again. 500. 400. 400. 400 pound to start. 4 bid of 400 bid of 4. Right, just did get a little poke in those eyes when he was a lamb, but he's all right. 400 bid of 400. At 400 bid of 4. 400 bid of 400. At 400 bid of 4. 400. At 400 bid of 4. 400 bid of 400. At 400 bid of 4. 400. Take 20 anywhere. At 400 bid of 4. At 400 bid of 4. 4 up at 400. At 400 bid of 4. At 400. Where are you going to get him? 400, watch him go. 400 pound bid at 400. At 400 pound bid at 420 anywhere. Don't miss him for a bid at 400. And the fifth sheep here. The width of him right through is a bit of style about him. I like to look at this fellow. We say 500 is start. 5 at 500 bid at 500. At 500 pound bid at 5. 5 up at 500. Good body sheep here on the body on him. 500 pound bid at 500. At 500 pound bid at 5. 5 up at 500. At 500 pound bid at 5. 5 up at 500. At 500 pound bid at 5. 5 up at 500. At 500 pound bid at 5. 5 up at 500. At 500 pound bid at 5. 5 up at 500. Good chance to get big tops today, folks. 500 pound bid at 5. 5 up at 500.
What? Yes.
We bid 550, 580, 600, 600. He's a good sheep. 20, 640, 640 bid of 640. He's a good sheep. 640, 660, 680, 700, 720, 720. That's 720 bids behind me. We're finished.
Lancaster number 2, that. I'll tell you when I send it to them.
And again we say Bit of a stretcher around, I like the look of him. Good bodied right through, I say. 500. 500. Good sheep, 500. 500. Forward to start. Forward and back to start. Forward a bit of 4 and back a bit of 400. At 400. At 4 and back a bit of 4. Forward and 4 and back a bit of 400. At 400. 20. 420 for 40. 440. 440 bit of 440. 40 up at 440. Anybody else a bit slow on the rounds? 460. 480. 480 bit 480. At 480. Anybody else? At 480. At 480. Bids on my right. At 480. Anybody else? At 480. We're selling. At 480. At 480. None of them should be under at 500. 480 bit of 480. At 480. Look around. Anybody else? We're finished. We're selling. Chris. And again, 400. 400. Got me at 400, at 400, at 400. At 400, at 4. 4 up at 400. At 400, at 4. 4 up at 400, at 400. At 400, at 4. 4 up at 400. 20 anywhere. At 400, at 4. 4 up at 400. 20. 420. 420 to 420. At 420, at 420. At 420. At 420, at 420. A real nice tidy round. 420. 420, not too big, too easy line, no doubt. At 420. At 420, at 420. At 420. Anybody else? At 420. Disappointed. At 420 pounds. How much? 450? 500? Mark. Knock him out, 480. Disappointed with that. Any use, Mark? Are you listening, Mark? And you got 480. And again, another good back sheep. Slightly lame, but he'll stand by him. Been treated, he'll come right. And he's a nice sheep too. Back on him. We send him 500. 500. 400. 400. Somebody shouting behind now. 400, everybody. 400. 400 bit of 4, 400 pound bit at 400, at 400 pound bit of 4, 4 up at 400, at 400, at 400 bit of 4, 4 up at 400, deserve more, at 400 pound bit of 400, at 400 pound bit of 4, 4 up at 400 pound bit at 420 anywhere. No, gotta do better, come and speak afterwards. How much, Dan? Oh, yeah. We just leave him, his foot will come right, we'll look better in a week or two. Right, we say this fella. First back in on him. 400. 400. 400. 400 bid up, 400 pound 20. 420 bid 420, 40. 460. 460, 480. 480, 500. 520. 520 bid 520. 40. That was 40. 40. 540. 540 bids here, 540. At 520 pound bid 540. Great back end on him. 540, bid at 540. At 540 man, bid 540. Well, watch him go. At 540. At 540 man, bid 540. Could be worth another 100. 540, bid at 540. 60 anywhere. At 540, bids below. You finish. We're selling at 540. And again, 400. 400 up at 400 pound bid at 400. At 400 pound bid at 400. At 400. Mighty skin on this one. 400 pound bid at 400. At 400. At 20. 420 bid 420. 420 pound bid 420. 420 pound bid at 420. 20 bid 420. At 420 pound bid 420. At 420. 420. 440. 420 bid 420. 20 bid 420 is for 40 anyway. At 420. At 420 pound bid 420. Anybody else interested? At 420. At 420 bid at 420. Looking around anybody? At 420. No, go do better. Speak afterwards. Is that big sheep here? Earl body right through. We're saying then 500 to start. 500. It's a good body sheep here. 4. 400 to 20. 440. 460. 480. 500. 500 to 500.
Yes.
20. 540. 560. 580. 600. 600 bit of 600. At 600 bit of 600. At 600 bit of 600. At 600 bit of 600. 20 anywhere. At 600. At 600 bit of 6. 600 bit of 600. At 600 bids on the south. That's 600. Anybody else? That's 600 bit of 6. That's 620. 620. 620 bit of 620. 40. 620 bit of 620. 20 bit of 620. Great sheep. That's 640. 640 bit of 640. That's 640 bit of 640. That's 640. Mighty standing sheep here. 640. Bids on the south. We're selling. Watch him go at 640. Robert. And again, he's fit. We say 500. 500. Meeting the right place, grass fed. 500, they'll do well wherever they go. 500. 500. 400 pound a start. 4. 400 pound a start.
Yes.
4 bid at 420. 420. 440. 420. At 420 pound a bid, 420. 40. 440. 440 pound a bid, 440. 60. At 440 pound a bid, 440. At 440. At 440 pound a bid, 440. 40 bid at 440. 60 anywhere.
Yes.
60. At 460 bid at 460.
Yes.
80. 480 bid 480. At 480. 5. At 500 bid at 500. At 500 bid at 500. At 500 bids behind. 500 pound a bid at 500. We're selling. Out in front. 20. 520. At 520 pound a bid 520. Come again. 520. Lamb price has been good. 520. We're selling at 520. Adam. Another good sheep here. A bit of scope in him. Walks out well, doesn't he? We're saying him 500. 500. 500. 500 pound bid. 5 anybody. 400 to start. 4 bid of 4 pound bid of 400. 20. 420. 440. 460. 480. 500. 500 bid of 520. 540. 540 bid of 540. 60 anywhere. 540. Bids over here on my right. 540. Anybody else? Looking around anybody else? 540 bid of 540. He's a good sheep. 540. At 540 pound bid. 540. Anybody else? 540. At 540. Good sheep. He thinks he's got pound or two in him yet. 540. At 540. 60 anywhere. Let's look around. Great sheep. We're selling at 540. Chris. And again. Let's pick on the feet on the smart round here. Look at the behind quarters, the roundness of them. I like him too. 500. 500. 400. 400 bid at 400. At 400 bid at 420. 440. 460. 480. 480 bid at 480. At 480 bid at 480. At 480. At 480 pound a bid 480. Whoops. Sorry. 480. At 480 bid at 480. At 480 bid at 480. 80 on at 480 pound a bid 480. 500 anywhere. At 480. At 480 pound a bid 480. 80 bids behind me. 500. 500 bid at 520. 520, 540, 560, 580, 600, 620, 640, 660, 680, 700, 700, watch him go, at 700, bids behind me, 700 bid up at 7, we're selling. And again, 500, 400, 400 pound a start. We're getting through the Texels, 400, 400. Smarty's up on his feet, isn't he? 400. 400 anybody. 400 bid at 420. 420. 420 bid at 420. At 420 bid at 420. 20 up at 420 pound bid 420. Yes. At 440. 440. 440 bid at 440. 60. 460. 480. 480 bid at 480. 480 pound bid 480. 80 a bid at 480. At 480 pound bid 480. 500 anywhere. At 480. At 480, bid at 480, bids behind me. My bid's out. At 480. At 480. At 480. I bid disappointed. Thinks I've bid it to here yet. 480. Lovely standing sheep. Look at the back on him. 480. At 480. At 480, bid at 480. At 480, you fill it up. At 5 at 500. And another good shape, he's got thick right through, he's good set on him, we say. Good legs on him, we say to him, 500. There's a good sheep here, 500. 500. at 500. 480. You got Puppy, is he? Is it him? At 480, 500, 500 bid at 5, 5 up at 500, at 500, at 500, it's a good sheep here, at 500, we're £100 light, at 500, at 500 pound a bid at 5, 5 up at 5, your bid's out, my bid's in, at 500, 20 anywhere, at 500 pound a bid 5, 5 on at 500, anything else at 500, 20, 520 bid 520, at 520 bid at 520, we're selling, Tub gone out, at 520, Roger. 20 bid 420, 420. Nice kind Tub to work with too. 420 bid 420, 420. Out then my neighbour's out. 420. At 420 bid 420. Anything else? At 420, 440, 460, 460 bid 460. At 460, at 460 bid at 460. At 460, 480, 480, 500, 500 bid at 5, 5 up at 500. A real nice standard Tub. 500 bid at 5, 5 up at 500, bids behind, 500, anything else, looking around, 500, it's a 20 anyway, 500, it's your bid, 500, the other man's out, he's walked away, bids in front at 500, all right, John, okay, John, 500, thinks there might be a bid on him still, at 500, look around in the bills, at 500, we're selling, at £500, so, 1. Right, and he's back on the shield now. It's a good body, ran right through, isn't he? He's got the thickness through, right through in the right place. Here we say 500, 500, 400, 400 pound a start, 400. Anybody, 400 bid, 400 pound bid, 400, Adam. 20, 420 bid, 420, 420 bid, 420, 2040, 440 bid, 440, 440, at 440 bid, 440, 60, 440, at 440 bid, 440, 460, 460 bid, 460, 480, 480 bid, 480, 500, 500 bid at 5, 5 on at 500, look at the back end on him, 500 bid at 5, 5 up at 500, at 500 bid 5, 5 up at 5, bids on the left, ladies bid at 500, at 500 bid 5, 5 up at 500, at £500. You're going to get him, 500, thinks there might be a bid, 520, 520 bid 540, 540 bid 540, one more, 540 bid at 540, ladies bid, 540, looking around, last chance, last time, you finished, Claire. A good lengthy sheep here, we say him. Getting towards the last of the textiles, you want the textile, we say. 500, 400 pound a start. 400. 400 pound a start. 400. 400 pound a start. 400 bid at 400 pound a bid at 400. At 400 pound a bid at 4. At 400 pound a bid at 4. 4 up at 400. Whoa. 400 pound a bid at 4. 4 up at 400. At 400 pound a bid at 4. 4 up at 400 pound a bid at 400. At 20. 420 bid 420. At 420 you're out. 420. At 440. 440 bid 440. 460. 460. 480. 480 bid for 500. 500 bid at 5. 5 up at 500 pound bid 20. 520. 520 bid 520. At 520 pound bid 520. At 520 you're out. 540. 520. 520 bids over here. 540. No, shaking your head. 520. We're selling at 520. Probably one. There's a good thick back end on this fella too. We sent him 500. 500. 400 pound a start. 400. 400.
Yes.
4 bid at 400 pound a bid at 400. That's it. 420. 440. 440 bid 440. 460. 440 bid at 440. 40 up at 440 pound bid 440. At 440. 60 anywhere. 440. Bids on the north. 440. At 440 pound bid 440. At 440. At 440. He's got a mighty back end on him. 440 bid at 440. At 440. At 440 pound bid 440. 60 anywhere. At 440. Look around. Anybody else? At 440. At 440. Disappointed here. 440, 60, 460 bid 460, at 460 bid 460, at 460, who's my bid over there? 460, 460 bid at 460, At 460, we're getting through them. Don't miss them. 460 bid, 460. At 460 bid at 460. We're selling at £460. Jamie Gropius. Oh gosh. Right, nice standing around again. Bit of style about him. Just nice head on him too. Just could be an easy lambing type. That's what you want to do. We say 400 to start. 400. 4 bid of 4, bid of 400. 20. 420 bid 420. 40. 440. 440 bid of 440. At 440 bid of 440. 40 bid 440. At 440. 60 anywhere. At 440. At 440 bid of 440. At 440 bid of 440. 40 bid of 440. At 440. Which bid is it? Are you in there? 440. At 440 bid 440.
Yes.
460. 460 bid of 460. 480. 480. 480 bid of 480. At 480. Oh, the roundness of his back end. 480 bid 480. Bids over here. At 480. Take 90. Fin it up a bit. 480 bid of 480. At 480 bid 480. Looking around anybody else. At 480. Watch him go there. Disappointed. 480 bid 480. We take 500. Knock him out. Matthew Chadwick.
Behind Danny.
And again we say £400 a start, 400. We're still on a bit on the low side. We should be starting at 5. 400. 400. It's well put together, isn't it? 400. 400. 400 bid at 4. 400 bid at 400. At 400 bid at 4. 4 up at 400. At 400 bid at 4. 4 up at 20. 420 bid 40. 440 bid 440. At 440. At 420 bid 440. Bids with me. At 440. At 440 bid 440. 40 bid 440. Come again, you're out. At 440. At 440 bid 440. At 440 bid 440. At 440 bid 440. 440 bid 440. 40 bid 440. Bids on my right, on my left. Whoops. 440. At 440, take 50, keep moving. 440 bid 440. At 440, disappointed here. At 440, at £440. Well, he's going to get him, but disappointed. 440 bid at 440, look around anybody else. 440 bid at 440, we're selling. 440, last chance. Philip, 1. Great carcass here. Look at the back end, the length of him and the back end on him. He likes this ram, I say. I think I'd look a bit smarter if he was waving that stick at me too. We say 500. It's a good sheep here. 500. 500. So he gives a fair start. He's a good sheep, isn't he? 500. 500. 400 to start.
Yes.
420, 420, 440, 440 bid 440, 60, 460, 460 bid 460, at 460 bid 460, at 460, 480. 500, 500 bid at 5, 5 up at 500, at 5, look at the length of him, 500 bid at 5, he's a good sheep here, at 500 we need a accommodation somewhere, at 500, out on the north, 500 bid at 5, 5 up at 500, at 500 bid at 5, 5 up at 500, at 500 bid at 500, 20, 520, 540, 560, 580, 600, 620. 620 pound bid, 620. Bids behind me. 620. You're out. 620. That's 620 pound bid, 620. Anybody else can't stick around? We're selling him. He's disappointed with the price on this fellow. 620. One of his favourites. 620. That's 620 pound bid, 620. That's 620. Look around. Anybody else? That's 620. Bids behind. 620. Last chance. Last time.
Number 2. Lancaster 2.
Oh, there's another one. This fellow will match him up. Another good sheep here. 600, 500, 500. It's a good sheep. 500. 500. 400 pound a start. 400 bid at 4. 4 up at 400 pound bid at 400. At 20. 420 bid 420. At 420. 420 40. 440. 440. At 440 bid 6. 60, 460, 460 bid 80, 480 bid 480. On a bit that one, but you say 500. 500, 500 bid a 5. At 500 bid 500, 20, 520, 40, 540 bid 540. Good sheep, 540. At 540 bid 540. At 540 bid 540. Anybody else? At 540 bids behind. At 540. At 540 bid at 540. Look around. Anybody else interested? 540. 540, 60 anywhere. We're selling at 540. A real good shield, and again at the length of him. He's what? He used him as a lamb. He's been fighting a bit, but that's not a problem. He's a great lengthy, he's walking out nice, isn't he? We're saying him 500. 500 bid at 5, 5 up at 500. Yes. At 520, 520 bid 540, 540 bid 540, 60, 580, 580 bid 580, 600, 600 bid 620, 640, 660, 680, 700, 720, 740, 760, 780, 800, 820, 840, 860, 880, 900, 900 bid at 9, at 900. At 900 bid at 9, 9 up at 900, anybody else? 900 bids behind me, watch him go. At 900, at 900, great sheep. At 900 pound bid 9, 9 up at 900. Last chance, you finish. We're selling at 900. It's a thick sheep here. We say this for 800, 500, 500, 500. 4 to start.
Yes.
4 bid at 4 and pound bid at 400. At 20, 420 bid 420, 40, 440 bid 440. 60, 460, 80, 480 bid 480. At 480 bid at 480. At 480 bid at 480. Take 500 anywhere. 480 bid at 480. 80 bid 480. At 480 bid 480. 80 bid 480. 480 bid 480. 480, take 90 anywhere. 480 bid at 480. 480 pound is your bid rate. With the same down. 480 bid at 480. 80 up at 480. At 480 bid at 480. 500. 500 bid at 5. 520. 520 bid 520. 20 bid 520. At 520. Is that Willie Woods, is it? 520. 540. 540 bid 540. 40 bid 540. At 540 we're selling. At 560. 560 bid 560. At 560 bid 560. At 560. Last chance, last time at 560. Chris Neal. There's a good carcass sheep here. We're saying him 500. 500 to start. 400. 400. 400 pound to start. 4 up at 400 bid at 400. At 400 pound bid at 4. 4 up at 400. At 400 bid at 20. 420, 440. 460. 480. 500. 520. 520 bid 520. Yes. Ladies bid 520. 540. 540, 60. 560 bid 560. At 560 pound bid 560. Where is it? 560. Ladies bid over here. 560. 580. 600. 600 bid at 620. 620 bid 620. 640. 640 bid 640. At 640 bid at 640. Watch him go. 640. At 640 bid at 660. 660. At 660. 80. At 660. Ladies bid here. At 660 we're selling. At 660. Claire. And again, 400 pound start. Tidy put together, hardly any wool on them. 400 pound start. 400. 400 pound start. Anybody 400? 400. Yes. 4 bid at 400 pound bid at 400. At 400 pound bid at 4. 4 up at 400. At 400 pound bid at 4. 4 up at 400 pound bid at 400. At 400 pound bid at 4. 4 up at 400. At 400 pound bid at 400. At 400 bids at call. At 400. At 400. Watch him go. 420. 420 bid 420. At 420 pound bid 420. 20 bid 420. At 420. At 420. Watch him go then. At 420. At 420 pound bid 420. 20 bid 420. 40 anyway. Take 30. You finish. We're selling at 420. Get that, Jamie. Jamie Hogarth. The back end on this fella, Danny likes to look at this fella. He's a great sheep, isn't he? Real bit of style about him. Good back on him. We say 500. 500, 5 at 500 bid of 5, 500, 500, at 520, 520 bid 520, at 520 pound bid 540, 540 bid 60, 560 bid 560, at 80, 580, 600, 600 bid of 6, at 600, at 600 bid of 6, at 600 pound bid 600, at 600 bid to the call, at 600, at 600 bid of 6, at 600, at 600, at 600, my bid's out, take 10, 600 bid of 6, 10, 610 bid 610, 20, 620 bid 20, 20 on it, 20 pound bid 620, at 620, at 620 bid to the call, watch him go then, at 620, thinks a bid or 2, at 620, my bid's finished, 620, look around, anybody else, you're finished, we're selling, 620. Fit sheet, 500, 400 pound of start, 400, 400, 400. Anybody? 400? Yes. 400 bid at 4. 4 up at 400 pound bid at 400. At 400 pound bid at 4. 4 up at 400 pound bid 400. At 400. At 400 pound bid 420. 420 bid 420. 420 bid 420. 40. 420 bid 420. 420 bid at 420. 20 bid at 420. Take 30. Keep moving. 420. At 420 bid at 420. At 420 bid at 420. Yes. 30. 430 bid 440, 440 bid 440, at 440 bid 440, at 440 bid at 440. Anybody else? At 440. My bid's in behind, at 440, at 440 bid 440, at 440 bid at 440, 50 anywhere, at 440 pound. Gonna get him, 440 bid 440, at 440, cheap round, at 440, at 440 we're selling at 440, last chance at 440. Stevie Quayle. And again, 400. Good round here, look at him. Shape on him. Length, 400. Real nice tight, 400 to start. 400. 400. 400 pound to start.
Yes.
400. Going lower. 400. 4 bid of 400 pound bid of 400. At 400 pound bid of 4, 4 up at 400, at 400 pound bid of 4, 4 up at 400 pound bid of 400, at 400, at 400 pound bid of 4, 4 up at 400, at 400 pound bid of 4, 4 up at 400, at 400 pound bid of 4, 4 up at 400, at 400 pound bid of 4, take 10, keep moving, 400 pound bid of 4, at 400 pound bid of 400, nice body sheet, 410, 410 bid 410, 410 bid 410, at 410 bid 410, at 410 bid 410, 410 bid 410, out on that side. 410 bid 410, bids here. At 410 bid 410, you missed 420. At 410 bid at 410 at 410. No, God do better. Speak to us afterwards. There's a big sheep here. 400 to start. Back end on him. Look at him. 400. 400 pound to start. 400. 4 bid of 400 pound bid of 10, 20, 440, 440 bid 440. At 440. At 440 bid 440. Bids on the back at 440. 60. 480. Fill it up. 480 bid of 480. 500. 500 bid of 500. At 500 pound bid 5. 5 over 5. Watch him go. At 500. At 500 pound bid 20. 520 bid 520. At 520 bid 520. At 520. Good thick sheep. At 520. At 520 bid 520. Pitch on the north, out on this side, 520 bid 520, watch him go then, 520 bid 520, anybody else? At 520, we're selling, looking around, last chance, last time, at 520. Mark, Quinta, Mark. There's a big wide sheep here at the back end of him, and the back on him. There's a strong sheep, powerful ram, say 400 to start, 400, should be flying, 400. There's a decent sheep here, 400, 400 bid of 420, 420, 440, 440 bid 440. Who am I looking at?
The lady in black.
440, yeah, 4 bid, 440, at 440 bid of 440, at 440 bid 440, 60, 480, 500, 520, 520 bid 520, nice standing sheep, 520, ladies bid, 520 bid 520, at 520 bid 520, at 520 bid around anybody else at 520, at 520, 40, 540 bid 560, 560 bid 560, at 560 bid 560, one more, 560, we're selling, 560, you finished, 560. Bonnie.
Bonnie?
Yeah. And this one, back on a nice sheep, we say 400. He's guaranteeing come right, he's just favouring one foot a bit to your right. We say 400. 400. 400 pound start. 400. 400 pound start.
350. 350.
350 bid of 350. At 350 bid of 350. 50 on the back end on him. 350. At 350 bid of 350. At 350 bid of 350. Guaranteeing come right. At 350. At 350 bid of 350. At 350. At 350. 80 anywhere. 350 bid of 350. At 350 bid of 350. No, just leave him by. We say 400. Good back end again. 400. We're getting through the Texel. You want a Texel 400? 400, anybody? 400. 400. Anybody? 400.
Got any more commission?
400. Anybody?
350.
350. We don't like to go that low. 350, bit of 350. 380. 400. 420. 420. At 420 pound bid, 420. At 420. Big fella's bid, 420. At 420 bid of 420. At 420 pound bid, 420. Good sheep here. At this money. At 420. At 420 pound bid, 420. 440. 440 bid, 440. 460. 440. At 440. Ladies bid over here. You're out, Andy. You're interested. 460. 440. Well, watch him go. At 440. At 440.
What do you think? What are you saying, Dan?
440.
440. 440. Take 50. 440 a bit of 440. At 440. At 440. I like to sell him, but he's a bit on the light side. At 440. At 440. Hope for 500, we'll just split it. 450, we're 450, 60, 460, 70, 460, come again, 460, at 460, we're going to chance him, at 460, disappointed, 70, any use over there, last chance, last look around, at 460, Chrissy, and it's a good sheep here, real good looking type of brown, what we say here, we like to look at it, we say, 500 a start. 500. 500. 400 pound a start. 400.
Yeah.
400 bid at 4. At 400 bid at 400. At 400 bid at 4. 4 up at 400 pound bid at 400. At 400 bid at 4. 4 up at 400 pound bid at 400. At 400 pound bid at 4. At 400 bid at 4. 4 up at 400 bid at 400. At 420. 420 bid 420. 440. 460. 480. 500, 500 bid of 5, you're out. 500 bid of 5, 5 up at 5. Bids on the north at 500. At 500 bid of 5, 5 on at 500. At 500 bid 5, 5 up at 500. Likes the round at 500. At 500 bid 5, looking around, anybody else? At 500. We're chancing them on sale at 500. Looking around last time. Alan. Martin. It's a good standing sheep again, 500. We're getting through the Texels, only a few left, a handful left, we say 500, 400, 4 bid of 400 bid 4, at 400 bid 400, at 400 bid 4, 4 up at 400 bid 400, at 400 bid 4, 4 up at 400, at 400 bid 4, 4 up at 420 anywhere, 20, 420, 440, 460, at 460, at 460, he's a nice sheep, at 460, at 460 bid of 460. Anybody else? 460. At 460 bid of 460. At 460 bid of 460. 80. 480. 500. 500 bid 20. 520 bid 520. At 520. Bids on the seats. At 520. At 520 bid of 520. I think we're finished. Let him go. 520. He's going to get him. Last chance. Last look around it. 520. Next to Brian. And a good sheep here. First style about him, we say 500, 400, 4 to start. Good sheep here, 400. 4 bit of 4, bit of 400. At 4 bit of 4, 4 up at 400. At 4 bit of 4, 4 up at 400 bit of 400. At 4 bit of 4, 4 up at 400. At 4 bit of 4, 4 up at 400 bit of 400 is a 20 anywhere. At 4 bit of 4, 4 up at 400. At 4 bit of 4, good sheep. 4 bit of 400. At 4 bit of 4, 4. No, just leave them by. They're just off the grass, they're not fed, they're just natural and they're just showing a lot of promise, aren't they? They're great. Let's say 400 again to start. 400. 400 pound to start. 400. 400. 4 bit of 4 pound bit at 400. At 4 pound bit of 4. 4 up at 400. At 4 pound bit of 4. 4 up at 400. At 4 pound bit of 4. 4 up at 400 pound bit at 400. At 4 pound bit of 4. At 4 pound bit of 4. 4 up at 400. 20. 420 bid 420. 20 bid 420. At 420 pound bid 420. At 420 pound bid 420. 20 bid of 420. At 420. At 420 bid the call. At 420. At 420 pound. You're going to get them. 420, looking around anybody else, you're all finished with selling at 420. You got it. Jamie goes. Another good sheep here, look at the back on him. Look at the backside on him, scoping him, isn't it? He's a big, he's a stretchy big sheep here. Where we say? 400 again to start. 400. 400. 400 pound a bid at 4. 4 up at 420. 420 bid 420. 440. 440 bid 460. 460 bid 460. 670. 460 bid 460. 70. 470 bid 470. At 470 bid 470. At 470. He's a good sheep. At 470. At 470 bid 470. Come again. At 470. At 470. Out on this side. At 470. At 470 pound bid 470 at 470 pounds. You're going to get him. 470, 80, 470. Look around. You finish. Adam Kelly. 470. Try and keep up. And again, I like to look at this sheep. Boy saying in 500, 500, 400, 400 bid at 400 bid at 400, at 400. Good sheep here, folks. 20, 420 to 40, 460, 460, 80, 480, 500, 500 bid at 5, 5 up at 500. Watch him out. 500 pound a bid 500 at 20, 520 bid 520 at 520 bid 520. My bid's out. 520 bid 520. Anybody else? 520 bid 520. Take 30. Finish off. 520 at 520. You like the look of him? 520, 30, 530, 40, 540 bid 540, 50, 550 bid at 550 at 550. You'll not get past Danny. 550 at 550 bid at 550 at 550 bid at 550. Your bid's in. 550. Last look around. Anybody else? At 550. You finished. We're selling at 550. Adam Kelly. Adam Kelly.
Got a medal.
Right, and again, we say again, 400 to start. Good sheep. Good sheep. 400. 400 pound to start. There's only a handful of Texels left. 400. 400. We're getting through them. 400. 400 pound to start.
350.
350 bid at 350. 350 bid at 350. At 350 bid at 350. 350 bid now 350. At 350, what's your legs? 350. At 350 bid at 350. At 350. 80. 380. 400. 400. 420. 420 bid 420. At 420 bid 420. At 420. At 420. Decent sheep. At 420. At 420. Watch him go then. 420. Take 30. 420 bid at 420. Look around. Anybody else? You finished. We're selling at 420. Andy. And again.
Kelly.
Yeah. Good sheep. 400. It's a nice walking sheep, is he? Oh, sorry. 400. 400. 400 bid of 4. 4 up at 4 and bid of 400. At 4 and bid of 4. At 4 and bid of 4 and bid 400. At 4 and bid 400. At 400. At 4 and bid of 4. 4 up at 4 and take 20 anyway. 4 and bid 400. At 400. At 4 and bid of 4. 20. 420 bid 420. 420 bid 420. At 420 bid 420. 20 on at 420. Come again. At 420. At 4. Nice standing sheep, isn't he? 420. Not selling at this. At 420. Got to do better. At 420.
Shit, Peter.
Unsold. Unsold. No. Not sold, that fella. We're a piece shy. Looking towards the 5. We saying this fella? Good enough, 2 on his feet. Good thick sheep. Good type, I say. 500, 400 pound of stars. Yeah. 4 bid of 400 20. 420, 40, 440, 60. 460 bid 460. 460, come again. 70, 460. Back 460 pound bid 460. Look around, anybody else? 70, 480, 90, 500, 510, 520, 530, 540, 550, 560, 70, 80, 90, 600, 600 bid of 6, at 600, at 610, 620, 620, watch him go, 630, 640, at 600 for him bid 650, 650, 660, 660 bid 660, 70, 80, 90, 700, 710, at 710 behind me, 710, at 710 behind me, 710, anybody else? You're all out, 20, 730, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, at 790, we're selling him. You're finished.
Number 2.
And again, 500. Good top. Hardly any wool on him, he's tight, he's thick right through. 40, 400 I mean, 400. Yes. 400 bid of 400. At 400 bid of 400. 20, 400. At 400 bid of 400. At 400. At 400 bid of 400. 20 anyway. 20. 420. 420 bid 420. At 420. At 420 bid 420. 40. 40. 40. For 40 we've got 460.
No. Me.
460. 460 bid 480. 480. 500. 520. 520. 540. 560. 580. 600. 620. 640. 660. 680. 700. 720. At 720, watch him go. He's a good sheep. 720. At 720, bids behind me. 720, last chance, you're finished. Ian.
No, wait, mate. See, there's more than one of us in this country, you see.
And the last of the Texels have been a good bunch, haven't they, right through. Standing nice enough too, as they want to do the shape of them. 400. Yeah. 400. 400 bid of 400. At 400 bid of 400 pound bid 400. At 400 pound bid 400. At 400 pound bid of 4. 4 up at 400 pound bid 400. At 400. At 400 pound bid of 4. 4 up at 400. At 400 pound bid of 4. At 400. Take 20 anywhere. Bids behind. 400. At 400 pound bid of 400. At 400 pound bid of 4. At 400. 20. At 420. 420 bid 420. At 420 pound bid 420. At 420 pound bid 420. At 420. Take 30. Move on. 420. At 420 pound bid 420. At 420. You sell them. Chance on sale, you're going to get them. 420 a bid of 420. Take 30. 420. At 420, look around, anybody else? 420, last one here today. Is it 430? No, 420, we're selling at 420. Jamie.
Focus, Peter.
Yeah. That's Phil. You see Phil anyways. Right on the New Zealand Suffolk. Whoa. Hey John, can you see Phil anywhere? Your people, yeah. You see him fine and he's going to start with you. Oh, he's up there. Right. He's coming.
Do you want to start the apprentice up?
Yeah. Well, we do this while we're just having a cup of coffee. Okay. Okay. Right, Danny says I'm getting a bit old in the tooth and a bit slow, so they just want to bring the new fella in and give him a chance. So we'll just hand over to Phil Kringle. Oh, he's getting his tie on. He means business. Look after him, give him lots of support.
I won't worry about it. I won't worry about it. You'll be fine without it. Go on, hey?
That's safe now, is it? Do you want a drink? What's the tie on for you?
I told him it's not needed.
Right then on the suffix, New Zealand suffix, who'll give us a start then? 600, 5 a start. Yes. 500, 500 beta 500, at 5 a beta 5, at 500 a beta 500, at 500 beta 5, at 5 a beta 5, 520, 540, 60, yes. 580, at 6, 600, at 6 a beta 620, 620 beta 6, 640, 640 beta 640, 640 beta 640, bids on my right, at 640, 660, 660 beta 660, 660 beta 660, bids in front, 660 beta 660, at 660 beta 660, at 660 beta 660, bids on the rail, 660 beta 660, at 6 beta 660, at 660 beta 660, at 600 beta 660, at 600 beta 6, at 6 beta 6, 680 now, 680 beta 680, at 680 beta 680, I'm on my right, 680 beta 680, at 680 beta 680, at 680 beta 680, at 680 beta 607, at 7 beta 700, at 700 beta 700, at 700 beta 7, at 700 beta 700, watch and go, 700 beta 7, at 700 beta 700, 720, 720 beta 720, 720 beta 720, at 720 shakes his head, 720 beta 720, bids on my right, at 720, you're going to get them, 720. Jim. Same again, New Zealand Suffolk. Who gives a start then? 7, 6 a start, 600, 500 a start. Yes. At 500 beta 500, at 5 beta 500, at 500 beta 5, at 5 beta 500, at 500 beta 500, at 5 beta 500, 520, 40, 60, 580, 600, 620. 620 beta 620, at 620 beta 620, at 620 beta 6, at 620 beta 620, at 620 beta 620, 620 beta 620, 640, 640 beta 640, 640 beta 640, at 640 beta 640, at 640 beta 640, bids on the rail, 640 beta 640, 640 beta 640, watch him go, 640 beta 640, 640 beta 640, take 10, 640 beta 640, 640 beta 640, at 640 beta 640, at 640 beta 640, you're going to get him. 640 beta 640, last chance, 640 beta 640, at £640. Robert. And again, New Zealand Suffolk, nice length on him. Who gives a start? 6, 600, 5 a start then. 500, 500 beta 500, at 5 beta 500, at 5 beta 500, at 500 beta 5, at 5 beta 500, yes. 520, yes. 540. 540 beta 540, 540 beta 540, at 540 560, 560 beta 580, 580 beta 580, at 580 beta 580, 580 beta 580, yes. At 580 600, 600 beta 620, 620 beta 620, at 620 beta 620, bids on my right, 620 beta 620, at 620 beta 620, 620 beta 620, nice length on him, 620 beta 620, watch him go, 620 beta 620, 620 beta 620, bids to my right then, last chance, 620 beta 620, 620 beta 620, you're going to get him then, on my right, at 620. Nice stocky one, healthy ram, let's go, 600 a bit, 500 a start, 500 a bit, yes. 500 a bit at 500, at 5 a bit at 500, at 500 a bit at 500, 500 a bit at 5, at 5 a bit at 520, yes. 540, 540 bid at 540, 560, 580, 580 bid at 580, at 580 bid at 580, at £580, at 580 bid at 580, 580 bid at 580, 600, 6 bid at 600, at 600 bid at 600, at 6 bid at 600, at 600 bid at 620, 620 bid at 620, 620 bid at 620, at £620 at 620, watch him go, 620 bid at 620, bids in tight, 620 bid at 620, at £620, he's going to get them then, last chance, at 620.
Who's that, Rich?
Number one. And again then, nice Suffolk, New Zealand Suffolk, here we go, 600, 6-5 to start then, at 500, 500 a bid at 500, at 5 a bid at 500, at 500 a bid at 5, at £500 a bid at 500, at 520, 540, 540 a bid at 540, 540 a bid at 540, at 540 a bid at 560, 560 a bid at 580, 580 at 6, 600 a bid at 600, 600 a bid at 600, at 600 a bid at 600, 620, 620 a bid at 620, bids behind, 620 a bid at 620, at 620 a bid at 620, 620 a bid at 620, bids behind, 620 a bid at 620, 620 a bid at 620, at 620 a bid at 620, he's going to get them then, last chance at 620. And again then, give us a start somewhere, 600, 600, 5 a start, 500, 500 a bid at 500, at 5 a bid at 500, at 500 a bid at 5, at £500 a bid at 500, 500 a bid at 5, at 5 a bid at 500, at £500 a bid at 520, 520 a bid at 540, 540 a bid at 540, at 540 a bid at 540, at 540 a bid at 540, at 540 a bid at 540, 540 at 560, 560 a bid at 560, at 560 a bid at 560, 560 a bid at 560, 560 a bid at 560, 560, 560 a bid at 580, 580 a bid at 580, at 5 at 600, 6 a bid at 600, at 600 a bid at 600, at 6 is head, 600 a bid at 600, watch him go, 6 he's gone, 600 a bid at 600, at 600 a bid at 600, bids on my right then, at 600 a bid at 6, you're going to get him at £600. Jim. Nice looking tuck this one, isn't it? He'll give us a start somewhere, 600, 600, 5 to start then, 500, 500, 500 to go at 500, at 5 a bid at 500, at 5 a bid at £500, at 500 a bid at 5, at 5 a bid at 500, 500 a bid at 5, sprightly tuck this one, 500 a bid at 500, at 5 a bid at 500, 500 a bid at 5, nice head on it, 500 a bid at 500, 520, 520 a bid at 520, 540, 540, 560, 560 a bid at 560, at 560 a bid at 580, 580 a bid at 580, 580 a bid at 580, bids behind you, 580 a bid at 580, 600, 6 a bid at 600, at 600 a bid at 600, at 6 a bid at 600, 620, 640, 640 a bid at 640, 640 a bid at 640, bids back on the rail, at 640 a bid at 640, take 10, 640 a bid at 640, 650, 660, 660 a bid at 660, at 660 a bid at 660, bids on the rail, watch him go, at 660 a bid at 660, 660 a bid at 660, at £660 at 660 you're going to get him at £660. Willie. New Zealand Suffolk again. Give it a start, 600, 6, 5 a start then. 500, 500 a bid at 500, 520, 540, 560, 580, 600, 620, 620 a bid at 620, 620 a bid at 620, bids behind me, at 620 a bid at 620, 640, 640, 640, 650 he says, 650 a bid, 660, 670 and 80. 680 bid at 680, 680 bid at 680, at 680 bid at 680, bids far away, at 680 bid at 680, at 680 bid at 680, at £680 at 680, at 680 bid at 680, watch him go, 680 bid at 680, 680 bid at 680, the bid's on the rail, at £680 you're going to get him, last chance, at 680. Rob. Good thick tuck this one, and he cracking size on him. Who gives a start somewhere? 7, 700 beta 700, at 7 beta 700, 720, 740, 760, 780, 800, 800 beta 800, 800 beta 800, 800 beta 800, 800 beta 800, 820, 840, 840 beta 840, 840 beta 860, 880, 880 beta 880, 880 beta 880, take 10, 880 beta 880, 880 beta 880, bids in front at 880 beta 880, 880 beta 880, at 880 pound, at 880 beta 880, take 10 anywhere, 880 beta 880, 880 beta 880, nice thick tuppeny, 880 beta 880, 880 beta 80, 880 beta 880, watch him go, 880 beta 880, you're going to get him on the rail, it's last chance at 880 pounds. Keen fellow this one. Give it a start. 600, 600 beta 600, 600 beta 6. That's 600 beta 600, that's 600 pound beta 600, 600 beta, he's keen. 600 beta 600, 600 beta 6, that's 600 beta 620, 620 beta 620, 620 beta 620, that's 620 beta 620. Bids on the rail now. That's 620 beta 620, 620 beta 620, that's 620 beta 620, it's 620 beta 640, 640 beta 640, that's 640, 660, 660 beta 660, shakes his head, 660 beta 660, that's 660 beta 660, that's 660 pound at 660, that's 660 beta 660. Watch him go, 660 beta 660, he's keen to get to work, 660 beta 660, it's 660 beta 660. Last chance then, bids on my right, he's going to get him at 660. Jim. Again, nice stocky tuck. Who gives a start then? 6 a start. 600 beta 600, that's 600 beta 6, that's 620, 640, 660, 680, 700, 720, 720 beta 720, 720 beta 720, that's 740, 740 bits, 760, 780, 780 beta 780, 800, 820, 820 beta 820, 840, 840 beta 840, 840 beta 840, bids behind me, 840 beta 840, 840 beta 840, 840 beta 840, 840 beta 840, you're out on the rail, make no mistake, 840 beta 840, 840 beta 840, 840 beta 840, watch him go, 840 beta 840, 840 beta 840, you're going to get them behind at 840 pounds. Charlie.
Too many.
Again, nice big stocky ram, isn't he? Nice and thick throughout. He'll give us a start. 7 a start. 600, 600, 600 beta 600, 620, 620, 640, 640 beta 640, that's 640 beta 640, 660, 660 beta 660, 680, and 700 beta 700, 700 beta 7, that's 700 pound beta 700, 700 beta 700, 700 beta 700, 720, 740, 760, 760, 780, 780 beta 800, 800 beta 800, bids in front, 800 beta 800, 820, 820 beta 820, 820 beta 820, 820 beta 820, 820 beta 820, bids behind, 820 beta 820, 820 beta 820, 820 beta 820, 820 beta 820, you're out on the rail, watch him go, 820 beta 820, 820 beta 820, at 820 beta 820, 820 beta 820, 820 beta 820, you're going to get him, 820 beta 820, last chance then, last look around at 820.
Your man, who's your man? Is that Ori? Ori.
And again then, nice thick ram, keen, 7 a start, 7, 600, 600 a start, 6 beta 600, 600 beta 6, that's 600 beta 600, 600 beta 600, 620, 640, 660, 680 and 700 beta 700, 700 beta 700, that's 700 beta 7, that's 700 beta 700, 720, 40, 760, 780, 800, 800 beta 800, 800 beta 8, 800 beta 800, 800 beta 800, 800 beta 800, 800 beta 800, 820, 820 beta 840, 840 beta 840, 840 beta 840, bids in the south, 840 beta 840, 840 beta 840, watch him go, 840 beta 840, nice job, 840 beta 840, 840 beta 840, last chance then, you're going to get it at 840. Rob. Keen tuck wisely, they say, from behind. There we are. Sheila spilt her coffee. I think we're all right now. All right, who gives a start then? Keen to work this one, 700, 700 a bit of 700, 7 a bit of 700, 700 a bit of 700, 700 a bit of 7, that's 700 a bit of 700, 700 a bit of 7, that's 700 pound a bit of 7, that's 700 a bit of 700, that's 700 a bit of 7, 700 a bit of 700, that's 700 pound of 7, that's 700 a bit of 700, that's 7 a bit of 700, that's 7 a bit of 700. Keen as mustard, 700 a bit of 700, that's 7 a bit of 700, bids in front, that's 700 a bit of 7, 700 a bit of 700, 720, 720 bid 740, 740 bid of 740, that's 740 bid of 740, that's 740 is 740 bid of 740, that's 740 bid of 740, 740 bid of 740, you're out behind, that's 740 bid of 740, 740 a bid of 740, 740 bid of 740, 740 bid of 740, 740, that's it, same now. 740 bid of 740, a 740 bid of 740. You're going to get him then at £740. Roxy. Who gives a start then? 600, 600, 5 a start, 500, yes. 5 a bid of 500, 520, 520 bid of 520, 540, 560, 560 bid of 560, 580, 600, 600 a bid of 600, 620, 620 a bid of 620, at 620 a bid of 620, at 620 a bid of 620, 620 a bid of 620, at 620 a bid of 620, 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 bids on my right here, 620 a bid of 620, at 620 a bid of 620, 620 a bid, we're on the rail, 620, 620 a bid of 620. 620 a bid of 620, at 620 a bid of 620, 620 a bid of 620, you're going to get him at 620 a bid of 620, at £620, you're going to get him at 620. Jim. We're getting through the Suffies now, New Zealand Suffolks, nice big tubs on, they give us a start somewhere, 700, at 600 a start. 600, 6 a bid of 600, at 600 a bid of 6, at 600 a bid of 600, 600 a bid of 600, at 6 a bid of 600, 600 a bid of 600, at 610, 610, 620, 620 a bid of 620, 620 a bid of 620, at 620 a bid of 620, at 620 a bid of 620, 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 at 620 a bid of 620, 620 a bid of 620, 620 a bid of 620, we're on the rail again, 630, 640, 640 a bid of 640, 640 a bid of 640, at 640 a bid of 640, 640 a bid of 640, 640 a bid of 640. We're in front then, you're going to get him at 640. Roxy. Another nice thick example, isn't he? Nice big Suffy. Who'll give us a start somewhere on this one? 8, 7, 7 a start, 700, thick throughout, 700. 7, 6 a start then, 600, 600, yes. 600 a bid of 6 at 620, 620 a bid of 620, 640, 640 a bid of 640, bids behind, 640 a bid of 640, 640 a bid of 640, that's 640 a bid of 640, 660, 680, 680, 700, 720, 720 bid of 720, 740, shakes his head, 740 bid of 740, 740 bid of 740, take 50 anywhere, 740 bid of 740, a 740 bid of 740, that's 740 bid of 740, 740 bid of 740, that's 740, the bid's on the rail line, he's going to get him at 740. Rob. And again then 600, New Zealand Suffolk, 6 a start, 600, 600, 600, last couple of these, 600, 5 a start, then 5 a bid of 500, 520, 540, 560, and 80, 600, 6 a bid at 620, 620, 640, 640 beta 640, 640 beta 640, at 640 beta 640, 640 beta 640, at 640 beta 640, bids on my right, 640 beta 640, at 640 beta 640, 640 beta 640, take 10, 640 beta 640, 640 beta 640, at 640 beta 640, at 640 beta 640, he's on the go, 640 beta 640, on sale 640 beta 640, at £640 at 640, he's on 640. Jim. New Zealand Suffolk. Big tall example, nice and tall, give it a start somewhere. 600, 600, 600 to start. 500 to start then. 500, 500 beta 500, 5 beta 500, at 500 beta 500, 500 at 520, 540. 560, 580, and 600 a bit, 610 he said, 20, 620 behind, 620 a bit of 620, take 10 anywhere, 620 a bit of 620, 620 a bit of 620, that's 620 a bit of 620, 620 a bit of 620, that's 620 a bit of 620, 620 a bit of 620, 620 a bit of 620, bits behind there, he's going to get him at 620 a bit of 620, last look around then, at 620. Nice thickness throughout again. Getting to the last push up. There we go. Keen. He'll be back in now.
You need to get him signed up again.
There you go. Not many get past the staff round here. Who'll give us a start? 8, 700. 700 a start. Keen this one. 700. Straight to work. 6 a start then. 600. Nice thick top. 600. 620. 620 a bit of 620, 620 a bit of 620, that's 620 a bit of 620, 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 bids on my right, 620 a bit of 620, 620 a bit of 620, that's 620 a bit of 640, 640 a bit of 640, 660, 680, 680 a bit of 680, 680 a bit of 680, that's 680 a bit of 680, 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 680 beta 680, we're in the south. 680 beta 680, 680 beta 680. Watch him go. 680 beta 680, 680 beta 680. Last chance then. You're going to get him at 680. Rob. Same again. Nice thick throughout, isn't he? He'll give us a start somewhere. 600. 600 a start. 600, 6 beta 600, 620, 620, 640, 60, 680, 700, 700 beta 7, that's 700 beta 7, that's 700 beta 700, 700 beta 700, that's 7 beta 700, 700 beta 700, we're in front, that's 700 beta 700, 700 beta 700, 700 beta 7, that's 700 beta 700, 700 beta 700, 700 beta 700, we're in front here, 700 beta 700, 700 beta 700, 700 beta 7, that's 700 pound beta 700. He's going to get him. 700 beta 7. At 700 beta 700. Last chance then. He's going to take him at 700. Good size on this one. Thick throughout. Good example. New Zealand Suffolk.
One more after this one.
Last two Suffies. Who gives a start here? 7. 700. 6 a start then. 600 beta 600. 6 beta 620. 620. 640. 660. 680. 680 beta 680, 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 that's 680 beta 680, 680 beta 680, that's 680 beta 680, 680 beta 680, that's 680 beta 680, 680 beta 680, 680 beta 680, watch him go, 680 beta 680, last two, 680 beta 680, and 680 beta 680, he's going to get him then, at 680. Last of the New Zealand Suffolks. Who gives a start somewhere? 7, 6 a start, 600, 600 a bit of 600, 600 a bit of 6, that's 600 a bit of 600, 600 a bit of 600, 620, 640, 640 beta 640, 640 beta 640, that's 640 beta 640, 640 beta 640, 640 beta 640, last New Zealand Suffolk, 640 beta 640, 640 beta 640, and 640 beta 640, 640 beta 640, 640 beta 640, watch him go, that's 640 beta 640, 640 beta 640, 660, 660, 680, 680 bid at 680, 680 bid at 680, at 680 bid at 680, at 680 bid at 680, 680 bid take 10, 680, 680 bid at 680, at 680 bid at 680, at 680 bid at 680, just waiting on a telephone bid, 680 bid at 680, 680 bid at 680, at 690, 690 bid at 700, 700 bid at 700, at 700 bid at 7, at 700 bid at 700, 700 bid at 700, 700 bid at 7, at 700 bid at 700, at 700 bid at 7, at 700 bid at 700, 700 bid at 7, 700 bid at 7, 700 bid at 7. Last chance then. He's going to take him. 700 bid at 700. At 700 bid at 700. At 700 bid at 7. At 700 bid at 700. Last chance then. It's going to the south at £700. Because
Three better shots. Okay, very good shape. Okay.
okay, we've only got 3 Bereshons. Okay, first of the 3. Nice shape on this one, stocky. Look at the back end on him. Give it a start somewhere. 8, 800, 700 to start then. 7, we only got 3. 700. 6 to start. 600. 600. 605 to start then. 500, 500 made at 500, 520, 540, 560, 580 and 6. 620, 40, 660. 660 a bit at 660, 660 a bit at 660, at 660 a bit at 660, 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 at 660 a bit at 660, 660 a bit at 660. Look at the shape on him. 660 a bit at 660, 660 a bit at 660, at 660 a bit at 660, 660 a bit at 660. We're in the corner. 660 a bit at 660, 660 a bit at 660, at 660 a bit at 660, 660 a bit at 660. Take a 10. 660 a bit at 660, 660 a bit at 660, at 660 a bit at 660, 660 a bit at 660, 660 a bit at 660, you're going to get him. 660 a bit at 660, at £660 at 660, you're going to get him at 660. Donna.
Same again. It's gone 2 more.
Same again. Stuck throughout, any good shape on him. Give it a start then. 7, 7, 600, 6 to start. 600. 600 to start. 600. We're going to shape thick throughout. 600. 5 to start then. Yes. 500 a metre, 500. 500 a metre, 500. At 500 a metre, 5. 520. 40. 560. 580. 600. 600 a bit at 6, at 600 a bit at 600, at 600 a bit at 6, 600 a bit at 600, 600 a bit at 6, at 600 a bit at 600, we're keen, 600 a bit at 600, 600 a bit at 600, 600 a bit at 6, 600 a bit at 600, 600 a bit at 600, at 600 a bit at 6, at 600 a bit at 600, 600 a bit at 600, we're in the corner again, 600 a bit at 600, at 600 a bit at 600, 6 a bit at 600, 600 a bit at 6, at 600 a bit at 600, 600 a bit at 600, you're going to get him, 600 a bit at 6, at 600 a bit at 600, last chance then, we're going again at 600. Comment? Last of the Bereshons. Bit longer this one, maybe he'll give us a start somewhere. 6, 600, 6 a start, 600, 5 a start then, 500, 500, 500 a start. 500. Last of the Bereshons. 500, 500 a bit at 500, 500 a bit at 5, at 500 a bit at 500, 500 a bit at 500, 500 a bit at 5, at 500 a bit at 500, 500 a bit at 500, 500 a bit at 5, at 500 a bit at 500, 500 a bit at 500, take 10, 500 a bit at 500, at 500 a bit at 5, at 5 a bit at 500, 500 a bit at 500, at 500 a bit at 500, at 500 a bit at 500, 500 a bit at 5, at 5 a bit at 500, we're on 10, 500 a bit at 500, at 500 a bit at 500, 500 a bit. We're not quite there on that one, come and have a chat to us after. Okay, we're on to the Charolais Texel crosses. Okay. Nice big heads on them in there. Who'll give us a start somewhere? 700 a start. 6 a start, 600. 600. 600 on the Chartex. 600. 5 a start then. 500. 500. 500 a start. 500. Give us a fair start. 500 on the Shartex. We'll go 4 then. 400 to start somewhere. 400 bid at 420. 420 bid at 420. 420 bid at 420 bid at 420. 420 bid at 420. 420 bid at 420. At 420 bid at 420. 420 bid at 420. Bids behind me. 420 bid at 420. 420 bid at 420. At 420 bid at 420. 420 bid at 420. 420 bid at 420. At 420 bid at 420. Watch him go. 420 bid at 420. At 420 bid at 420. Not quite there on that one. Come and have a chat. Here's a big stocky sheep. And again on the Charolais, Texel Cross. Good size on this one. Quality throughout. Give it a start somewhere. 5 on this one. 5 bigger sheep. 500. 500. 4 then. 4 a start. 400 bid at 400. 400. 420. 440. 460. 460 bid at 460. 460 bid at 460. 480. 480 bid at 480. 480 bid at 480. 500. 500 bid at 5. 520. 520 bid at 520. 540. 540 bid at 540. 560. 560 bid at 580. 580 bid at 580. 580 bid at 580. At 580 bid at 580. At 580 bid at 580. 580 bid at 580. Watch him go. 580 bid at 580. At 580 bid at 600. 600 bid at 620. 620 bid at 620. At 620 bid at 620. 620 bid at 620. 620 bid at 620. We're on the call. 620 bid at 620. At 620 bid at 620. At 620 bid at 620. 620 bid at 620. 620 bid at 620. He's gone. He's out the ring. 620 bid at 620. It's on the call then. Last chance. He's taking it at 620. Kev. On the Beltex Cross. Sorry. Beltex Charolais. Who gives a start somewhere? 5 a start. 500. 5, 4 then. 400 bid at 400. 400 bid at 4. At 400 bid at 400. 400 bid at 400. At 4 bid at 400. Bids behind at 400 bid at 400. 400 bid at 4. At 400 bid at 400. 400 bid at 4. At 4 bid at 400. 400 bid at 400. 400 bid at 400. At 400 bid at 4. At 420. 420. 420 bid at 420. At 420 bid at 420. 420 bid at 420. 440. 440 bid at 440. 460. 480, 480, 500, 500 bid at 500, 520, 520 bid at 520, 520 bid at 520, take 10, 530, 530 bid at 530, 540, 540 bid at 550, 550 bid at 550, 560, 560 bid at 560, at 560 bid at 560, we're out on the gate, 560 bid at 560, 560 bid at 560, he's going to get him then, last chance at 560. Trev. Charolais Texel. Again, nice and thick throughout. Look at the back end on him, nice shape. Gives a start somewhere. 600. 600. Good sheep this one. 600. 6. 5 a start then. 500. 5. 500 a start. Gives a fair start. Good sheep this. 500. 4 then. 400. 400 bid at 400, 400 bid at 4, at 4 bid at 400, 400 bid at 400, 400 bid at 400, at 400 bid at 4, at 400 bid at 400, 400 bid at 400, 400 bid at 4, at 400 bid at 400, 400 bid at 4, at 4 bid at 400, 400 bid at 400, 400 take 10 anywhere, 400 bid at 4, at 400 bid at 400, at 400 bid at 4. We'll watch him walk. Yeah. Okay, this one's pure Charolais. Okay, first in the shieling class at the show, pure Charolais, bred by the Yinvinger flock. I don't know if I've said that right. Sorry for my mouse accent, Carol. Okay, this is pure. Okay, top quality. Who gives a start somewhere? 800. 8 to start. 800. 700, 7 a start. One is class, this one, top quality, 700.
Yes.
6 a start, 600 a bid of 600, 6 a bid of 600, 620, 620 a bid of 620, 640, 640 a bid of 640, 660, 680, 680 a bid of 700, 700 a bid of 7, at 7 a bid of 700, 700 a bid of 700, 700 a bid of 700, 700, yeah, 720, 740, 760, 780, 800, 820, 840, 860, 880, 900, 900 a bid at 900, 920, 940, 960, 980, £1,000, 1,000 bid at 1,000, 1,020, 120, 1,020, 1,020 bid at 1,020. We're in the north. 1,040, 1,040, 1,060, 1,060, 1,080. 1,100, 1,100 a bid, 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 11, 1,100 a bid, 1,100. We're in the north. 1,100 a bid, 1,100, 1,100 a bid, 1,100, 1,100 a bid, 1,100. Watch them go. 1,100 a bid, 1,100, 1,100 a bid, 1,100, 1,100 a bid, 1,100, 1,100 a bid, 1,100. It's last chance. 1,100 a bid, 1,100. It's going to get him then at £1,100. Kev. Same again, real good sheep again. Okay, nice top line on him. Who gives a start then? 800, 8, 7 a start. 700 a bid at 700, 7 a bid at 700, 720, 740, 740 bid at 740, 740 bid at 740, that's 760. 760 bid at 760, 760 bid at 780, 780 bid at 780, 800, 800 bid at 8, 800 bid at 800, 800 bid at 800, 820, 820 bid at 820, 840, 840 bid at 840, 860, 860 bid at 860, 880, 880 bid at 880, 880 bid at 880, 900, 900 bid at 900, 9 bid at 900, at 920, 920 bid at 920, 940, 940 bid at 940, 960, 960 bid at 980, 980 bid at 980, at £1,000, 1,000 bid at 1,000, £1,000 bid at 1,000, 1,020, 1,020 bid at 1,040, 1,040 bid at 1,040, 1,060, 1,060 bid at 1,060, shakes his head, 1,060 bid at 1,060, bids behind then, at 1,060 bid at 1,060, 1,060 bid at 1,060, at £1,060 at 1,060, at 1,060 bid at 160, he's going to get it then at £1,060. Darren. Texel Charolais. Again, stocky throat, any crack and shape on him. All grass fed. Who gives a start here? Quality sheep, this one. Take a look. 800. 800 a start. 8, 7 then. 700 a start.
Yes.
Quality 700 bid at 700, 7 bid at 700, at 700 bid at 700, 700 bid at 7, at 700 bid at 700, 700 bid at 700, at 700 bid at 700, 7 bid at 700, at 700 bid at 7, 700 bid at 700, at 700 bid at 7, at 700 bid at 700, 700 bid at 7, 700 bid at 700, at 700 bid at 7, at £700 bid at 7, at 700 bid at 700, 700 bid at 700, at 700, we watch him walk, 700 bid at 700. He's on sale, 700 a bid at 700. Quality top, 700 a bid at 700. At 700 a bid at 700. We're on the call, 700 a bid at 700. At 700 a bid at 700. He's on sale then at 700. That Kev. Kev. Beltex Cross Texel. Again, Beltex Charolais. Okay, look at the shape throughout. Okay, you get... Fire some quality lambs, that thing. Give us a start. 8, 7, 700, 700, 700 a start. 7, 700, 7, 6 then. 6 to start. 600, 600, 5 a start then. 500 a bid at 500, 500 a bid at 5, at 500 a bid at 500, 5 a bid at 500, 500 a bid at 500, at 5 a bid at 500, at 500 a bid at 500, 500 a bid at 500, 500 a bid at 5, at 5 a bid at 500, at 500 a bid at 500, 500 a bid at 5, take 10 anywhere, 5 a bid at 500, 500 a bid at 500, at 500 a bid at 5, at 5 a bid at 500, we're on the call, 5 a bid at 500, at 500 a bid at 500, at 500 a bid at 5, at 500 a bid at 500, watch him go, 500 a bid, yeah, he's on sale, 500 a bid at 500, at 5 a bid at 500, at 500 a bid at 500, at 5 a bid at 500, he's going to get him then on the call at 500. Matthew. Same again on the Shartex. Okay, another good example. Look at the back end on him. Fire some nice lambs this. Let's give us a start somewhere. 700. 6 a start then. 600. 600. 5 a start then. 500. Look at the back end. 5 a bit of 500. 500 a bit of 5. At 500 a bit of 500. 500 a bit of 500. At 5 a bit of 500. 500 a bit of 5. At 500 a bit of 500. 500 a bit of 500. At 5 a bit of 500. 500 a bit of 5. We're in front. 500 a bit of 500. 500 a bit of 500. At 5 a bit of 500. 500 a bit of 5. At 500 a bit of 500. At 5 a bit of 500. At 500 a bit of 5. 500 a bit of 500. 500 a bit. He's on sale. 500 at 500 a bit of 500. 500 made of 500.
You do though, isn't it?
500 made of 500. 500 made of 500. He's on sale at 500 made of 500. 5 made of 500. We're a bit disappointed, but he's on sale. 500 made of 5. At 500 made of 500 at £500. June. Beltex Chevrolet. Again, cracking shape on him, any good back end. Give us a start somewhere. 6 a start. 500. 500. Nice tuck. 5 4 a start then. 400. 400. 4 a bit of 400. 400 a bit of 4. At 400 a bit of 400. 4 a bit of 400. At 400 a bit of 400. 400 a bit of 4. 400 a bit of 400. 4 a bit of 400. At 400 a bit of 400. 4 a bit of 400. At 400 a bit of 4. At 400 a bit of 4. We're behind. 4 a bit of 400. 400 a bit of 4. At 4 a bit of 400. At 400 a bit of 400. 4 a bit of 400. 400 a bit of 4. At 4 a bit of 400. We're going to watch him go. We'll get him next time.
Would you do 450 on it? Yeah, you can do.
Okay, nice bit of length on this one as well. Chevrolet Texel, who gives a start 500 a start, 500. Last one of the Chevrolet Texels, okay? Look at the length on him. 500, 5 a start, 4 then, 400, 400 a start. Give us a fair start. 400, 4 a bit of 400, 420, 420 a bit of 420, 420 a bit of 420, 440, 440 a bit of 440, 460, 460 a bit of 480, 480 a bit of 480, 500, 500 a bit of 500, 5 a bit of 500, at 500 a bit of 5, at 500 a bit of 520, 520 a bit of 520, 520 a bit of 520, at 520 a bit of 540, 540 a bit of 540, 540 a bit of 540, at 540 at 560, 560 a bit of 560, 560 a bit of 560, at 560 a bit of 560, 560 a bit of 580 is Keener, 580 a bit of 580, 580 a bit of 580, at 580 a bit of 580, 600, 600 a bit of 6, at 600 a bit of 600, at 600 a bit of 600, at 600 a bit of 600, at 600, shakes his head, 600 a bit of 6, at 600 a bit of 600, you're going to get him at 600. Stevie. Okay, on to the Dutch Spotteds. Okay. Cracking shape on these as well, isn't there? All grass fed. Okay, we'll give us a start somewhere. 800, 800, 7 a start. 700, 700, 600 to go. 600, 600 a bit of 600, 600, 620, 40, 60, 680, and 7, 20, 40, 60, 80, 700, 800, 20, 40, 60, 80, 900, 20, 40, 60, 80, 1,000, £1,000, 20, 1,040, 1,060, 1,080, 1,100, 1,120, 40, 1,160, 1,180, 1,200, 1,200 a bit at 1,200, 1,220, 1,240, 1,240 a bit at 1,240, 1,240 a bit at 1,240, 1,240 a bit at 1,240, take 10, 1,240 a bit at 1,240, 1240 bid at 1240. At 1240 bid at 1240. On my right. 1240 bid at 1240. You're out on the rail. 1240 bid at 1240. At £1,240 at 1240. 1240 bid at 1240. At 1240 bid at 1240. You're going to get him then at 1240. Kenny. Again, big sheep this, isn't it? Give it a start then. £1,000 £1,800 a start. 800. 800 a start. 800. 8 to start. 700 a start. 700. That's £700. 700. 6 a start. 700 a bid at 700. 7 a bid at 700. That's 700 a bid at 700. 700 a bid at 7. 700 a bid at 700. 720. 40. 60. 780. 800. 20. 40. 60. 80. 9. 20. 40. 60. 80. 1,000. 20. 1,020. 1,020 bid at 1,020. 1,040. 1,040 bid at 1,040. 1,040 bid at 1,040. 1,040 bid at 1,040. 1,040 bid at 1,040. You're on my left. You're out on the rail. 1,040 bid 1,040. 1,040 bid at 1,040. 1,040 bid at 1,040. 1,040 bid at 1,040. 1,060 back in the corner. 1,080. 1,080 shakes her head. 1,080 bid 1,080. 1,080 bid 1,080. 1,080 bid 1,080. Watch and go. 1,080 bid 1,080. 1,100. 1,100. 1,120. 1,120. 1,140. 1,140 bid 1,140. 1,140 bid 1,140. Ladies bid 1,140 bid 1,140. 1,140 bid 1,140. You're going to get them then at 1,140. Roxy. Look at the shape of this fella. Quality tup. He'll give us a start, £1,000 a start. £1,000 a start. 900 then. Give it a fair start. 900. 900. Look at the shape of them. 900. 900. 8 a start then. 800. 800. Look at the shape. 800. 7 a start. 7 a bid at 700, 720, 40, 740 bid at 740, 760, 80, 800, 20, 40, 60, 80, 9, 20, 40, 60, 80, 1,000, 1,020, 40, 60, 1,080, 1,100, 1,100 bid 1,100, 1,100 bid 1,100, 1,120, 1,140, 1,140 bid 1,140, 1150 she says, 1160, 1160 bid 1160, 1160 bid 1160, 1160 bid 1160, 1160, nice shape on him, 1160, 1160 bid 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 1160, watch him go, 1160 bid 1160, 1160 bid 1160, 1160 bid 1160, 1160 you're going to get him, 1160 bid 1160, £1,160 going to get him 1160. Pup. And again, nice and thick this one as well, and he give it a start somewhere. 12, 11, give it £1,000, £1,000, 1,900 a start then, 900 a start, 900, you're going to make me work, 800, 800, 800 a start, 7 then, 700 a start, 700 a bid at 700, 700 a bid at 700, that's 700 a bid at 720, 720, 720 bid at 720, 40, 60, 780, 800, and 20, 40, 60, 760 bid at 760, we're in the corner, 760 bid at 760, that's 760 bid at 760, 760 bid at 760, that's 760 bid at 760, look at the shape, 760 bid at 760, that's 760 bid at 780, 780 bid at 780, 800, 800 bid at 800, 800 bid at 8, 800 bid at 800, 800 bid at 800, 800 bid at 800, 800 bid at 800, we're in the corner, 800 bid at 800, 800 bid at 800, 800 bid at 800, 800 bid, he's on sale, 800 bid at 800, 800 bid at 800, 800 bid at 8, 800 bid at 800, we're in the corner then at £800. Donna. Nice leg on him. Give us a start. 8, 700. 700. 700 a start. 7, 6 then. 600. 600 a start. 6. 600 a beta 600, 600 a beta 600, that's 6 a beta 600, 600 a beta 600, 600 a beta 6, that's 600 a beta 600, that's 600 a beta 6, 600 a beta 600, 600 a beta 6, that's 600 a beta 600, that's 600 a beta 6, that's 600 a beta 600, 600 a beta 600, 600 a beta 6, we're up on the straw, 600 a beta 600, 600 a beta 600, 20, 620 a beta 620, 40, 640 beta 640, 660, 660 beta 660, 660 beta 660, 680, 680 beta 700, 700 beta 700, 700 beta 7, that's 700 beta 700, 700 beta 700, we're on my right, 700 beta 700, 7 beta 700, that's 700 beta 700, that's 700 beta 700, that's 7 beta 700, that's 700 beta 7, that's 700 beta 720, 720 beta 720, 720 beta 720, 740, 740 beta 740, that's 740 beta 740, that's 740 beta take 50, 740 beta 740, 740, we're on the right again then, that's 740 pounds, you're going to get them here, that's 740. Hard reason. Another good shape on him. Give it a start somewhere. 800, 800, 7 a start. 7 a start, 700 beta 7, 700 beta 7, that's 700 beta 7, 700 pound beta 7, that's 7 beta 700, 700 beta 7, that's 700 beta 7, 700 pound beta 7, that's 7 beta 700, 700 beta 7, that's 700 beta 7, that's 700 beta 7, that's 700 beta 7, 700 beta 700, we're in the corner, 700 beta 700, 7 beta 700, 700 beta 720, 740, 740 beta 740, 760, 780, 780 beta 780, 780 beta 780, that's 780 beta 780, 780 beta 780, we're up the corner, 780 beta 780, 780 beta 780, that's 780 pound beta 780, 780 beta 780 is on sale, 780 beta 780, 780 beta 780, that's 780 pound at 780, you're going to get them there, last chance, we're in the corner, 780, Donna. And again, good leg on him. Good shape, give it a start. 8, 7 a start, 700 to start. 7, 700 to start. 700, we're getting through these last couple, I think. Last couple of these, 700. 7, 6 then, 6 a start. 600 beta 600, 600 beta 6, that's 600 beta 600, 600 beta 600, 6 beta 600, 600 beta 600, that's 600 beta 6, 600 beta 600, 600 beta 600, last few of these, 600 beta 600, that's 6 beta 600, 600 beta 600, that's 600 beta 6, we're up on the top, 600 beta 600, that's 600 beta 6, 600 beta 600, 600 beta 6, 600 beta take 10 anywhere, 600 beta 600, 6 beta 600, 600 beta 600, 600 beta 6, that's 600 pound beta 600, 600 beta 600, we're on the straw, 600 beta 600, 600 beta 6, that's 600 pound beta 600, 600 beta 600, that's 6 beta 600, 600 beta 6, that's 600 pound beta 600, that's 6 beta 600, that's 600 beta 6, we're going to go, 600 beta 600, 600 beta 6, you're going to get them then, on the straw bales, that's 600, Stevie. Who's paying? Who's giving a start somewhere? Look at the size of this fella. Nice and broad throughout. Who's giving a start somewhere? It's got to be 800, 8, 7 a start then, 700. Last couple, 700, 700 beta 700, 7 beta 700. That's 700 beta 700, 7 beta 700, 700, 720, 720, 720 beta 720, yes. That's 740, 760, 760 beta 760, yes. 780, 800, 800 beta 800, 800 beta 800, 820, 820 beta 820, 840, 840 beta 860, 860 beta 860, 860 beta 860, 860 beta 860, we're on the call, 860 beta 860, 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 he's going out the ring, 860 beta 860, 860 pound beta 860, 860, we're on the call at 860 pounds. Stephen.
quail.
Yeah.
It's the last spot.
Last one.
Okay. Last but definitely not least on the Dutch Spotted. Okay, another stocky tuppeny. Give it a start somewhere. 800, 7 to go. 700 a start.
Yes.
700 a bit of 700, 700 a bit of 7, 700 pound a bit of 7, 700 a bit of 700, 700 a bit of 700, 700 a bit of 700, that's 700 pound a bit of 700, 700 a bit of 700, last of the Dutch 720, 720 a bit of 720, 740, 760, 760 bit of 760, 780, 800, 800 bit of 820, 820 bit of 820, 8 shakes his head, 820 bit of 820, 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 take 10 anywhere, 820 bit of 820, 820 bit of 820, 820 pound 820, last of the Dutch Spotted, 820 bit of 820, 820 bit of 820. We're in tight then at £820. Smash it.
Smash it.
Okay, this one's Black Magic, this is called. Okay, Dutch Spotted, cross with Texel, cross, Dutch Spotted. Okay, Black Magic we call them. Who's giving us a start then? Look at the shape of them. Who'll give us a start then? 900, 800 a start, 800, quality tuck this one, 800, 7 a start then, 700, 600 a start, 600, 600 pound, that's 600, 600, one of Danny's favourites, 600, 600, 5 a start then, 500 a start, 500, 5 a bit of 500, 500 a bit of 5, at 520, 40, 60, 580, 580 a bit of 580, 580 a bit of 580, at 580 a bit of 580, 580 a bit of 580, we're behind, 580 a bit of 580, 580 a bit of 580, at 580 a bit of 580, 580 a bit of 580, at 580 a bit of 580, bids behind me, 580 a bit of 580, at 580 a bit of 580, 580 a bit, take 10, 580 a bit of 580, 580 a bit of 580, at £580 at 580, at 580 a bit of 580, at 580 a bit of 580. Last chance then, he's going to get him at 580. Ian. Okay, same breeding. Again, look at the shape on him. Quality, give us a start, 600. 6.5 a start then, 500. 500 a start. Same breeding, 500. 500 a bit of 500, 500 a bit of 5, at 500 a bit of 500, 500 a bit of 500, at 5 a bit of 500, 500 a bit of 500, at 500 a bit of 5, 520, 520 a bit of 540, 540 a bit of 60, 560 a bit of 560, 560 a bit of 560, at 560 a bit of 560, take 10, 560 a bit of 570, 580, 580 a bit of 580, 580 a bit of 580, at 580 a bit of 580, at 580 a bit of 580, at 580 a bit of 580, bid standing, 580 a bit of 580, at 580 a bit of 580, at 580 a bit of 580, at 580 a bit of 580, you're going to get him, 580 a bit of 580, at £580 at 580, at 500 a bit of 580, 580 a bit of 580, last chance then, you're going to get him at 580, Paul. Same again, look at the shape on him. Best of the lot. Give it a start. 700, 700, 700 a bit of 700, 7 a bit of 700, that's 700 a bit of 700, 700 a bit of 7, 700 a bit of 700, 7 a bit of 700, that's 700 a bit of 7, 700 a bit of 700, that's 7 a bit of 700, 700 a bit of 7, that's 700 pound a bit of 700, 700 a bit of 700, we're on the rail, 700 a bit of 700, 700 a bit of 700, that's 700 a bit of 700, 700 a bit of 700, 700 a bit of 720, 720 a bit of 740, 760, and 80, 780 a bit of 780, 780 a bit of 780, that's 780 a bit of 780, 780 a bit of 780, that's 780 a bit of 780, 780 a bit of 780, that's 780 a bit of 780, 780 a bit of 780, that's 780 a bit of 780, 780 a bit of 780, we're on the rails then, that's £780 at 780, £780, Roxy. This is a Dutch Spotted, out of a Beltex mother. Okay, he's just come white. Okay, so good breeding in him. He'll give us a start somewhere. 6 a start, 600. 5 a start, 500. 500 a start, 500 beta 500, 500 beta 5, at 500 beta 500, 500 beta 500, at 5 beta 500, 500 beta 500, crack and sheet this, 500 beta 500, 500 beta 500, 500 beta 5, at 500 beta 500, at 500 beta 500, 500 beta 500, 500 beta 5, at 5 beta 500, 500 beta 500, at 5 beta 500, 500 beta 500, 500 beta 500, watch him go, 500 beta 500, at 500 beta 5, at 5 beta 500, 500 beta 520, 520 beta, at 500 beta 5, at 500 beta 500, at 500 beta 500, 500 beta 500, 500 beta 5, at 500, he's going to get him then, at 500. Pup.
Is he number 2? Number 2. Carry on, Danny. Same again. Okay.
It's the same again. This is a Dutch spotted over a on a Texel, and this one's come out black. Okay, he'll give us a start somewhere. 600, 500. Look at the back end on him. Good shape throughout. 500 a start. 500. Look at the shape of him. 500. 500 for a start then. 400. 400 a start. 400. 400. 4 a start. Give us a fair start somewhere. 400. Watch him out, yeah.
Same again.
Okay, Beltex cross. Okay, with the Dutch spotted in there as well. Give us a start. Give us a fair start. 4, 300 then. 300 a start. 300. 300 a start. Give us a fair start. 300. 300. 300 a start. 300. 300. Good shape on him again, folks. Come on. 300. 250 to start then. Get us going. 250 beta 250, 250 beta 250, at 250 beta 250, 250 beta 250, 250 beta 250, at 250 beta 250, at 250 beta 250, 250 beta 250. Any more bids anywhere? 250 take 10, 250 beta 250, at £250. We'll leave that walk through.
Last one on the stick.
Last one on him. Last one of the Texel. Dutch spotted. Okay, cracking shape on this one. A different tup's a good one. Give us a start somewhere. 400. 400, cracking shape. 3 then. 300 a start. 300. 300 a start. Give us a fair start. 300. 300. 250 then. 250 a start somewhere. 250.
Yes.
Yes, 250 beta 250, 250 beta 250, at 260, 260 beta 260, 260 beta 260, 260 beta 260, at 260 beta 260, 260 beta 260. We're on my right. 260 beta 260, at 260 beta 260, 260 beta 260, 260 beta 260, 260 beta 260. No. Okay, we're on to the Hampshires. Pure Hampshire. Okay. Again, good stocky tup. Easy finish these. Give us a start somewhere. 500, 5 a start. 500, pure Hampshire. 500, 4 a start. Easy finished. 4 a start somewhere. 400 beta 400, 4 a beta 400, 420, 440, 440, 460, 480, 500 and 20, 40, 60, 80, 600, 20, 40, 60, 80, 700, 20, 720 beta 740, 740 beta 740, 740 beta 740, that's 740 beta 740, 740 beta 740, 760, 760 beta 760, that's 760 beta 760. We're thinking 760 metre 760. At 760 metre 760. We're out in front then. 760 metre 760. You're out behind. At 760 pound a metre 760. At 760 metre 760.
Yes.
You're going to 780. 780 a metre 780. 780 a metre 780. Shakes ahead. 780 a metre 780. At 780 a metre 780. Last chance then. He's taking him at 780.
Derek.
Derek. Same again, good stocky tuck. Okay. There's Beltex in them. Okay. Mother's a Beltex, father's a Hampshire. Other way around, father's a Beltex. Okay. Who gives a start somewhere? Again, nice length, nice shape on him. Look at the arse on him. Give us a start somewhere. Give us a start. 800. 7 a start then. 700. 700. 700, 6 a start, 600, 6 a metre, 600, 600 a metre, 6, 620, 640, 660, 680, 700, 700 metre, 720, 720 metre, 720, 7 shakes his head, 720 metre, 720, at 720 metre, 720, 720 metre, 720, at 740, 740 metre, 740, 740 metre, 740, 740 metre, 740, at 7, you're out in the south. Take 10, 740 metre, 740, 740 metre, 740, at 740 metre, 740, 740 metre, 740, 740 metre, 740, we've gone, 740 metre, 740, last chance, you're out in the south, at 740. Stuart. Same again, father's a Beltex, give us a start somewhere, 8, 7, 700, 6 a start then, 600 metre, 600, 600 metre, 6, that's 600 metre, 600, 600 metre, 600, 600 metre, 600, 600 metre, 6, that's 600 metre, 600, 620, 40, 640 metre, 640, 660, 680, 680 metre, 680, 680 metre, 680, 720, 720 metre, 720, 720 metre, 720, that's 720 metre, 720, 720 metre, 720, 720 metre, 720, 720 metre, 720, that's 720 metre, 720, 720 metre, 720, watch him go, 720 metre, 720, 720 metre, 720, we're on my right then, you're going to get him at £720. Rob. Yeah. Okay, these are the Suffolk, New Zealand Suffolk over the British Texel. Okay, again, look at the size of him, length, back end. They'll give us a start somewhere. 800, 700, 700 a start, 600. 600 metre, 600, 600 metre, 6, that's 600 metre, 600, 600 metre, 600, that's 6 metre, 600, 600 metre, 600, 620, 640, 640, 660, 680, 680 metre, 700, 720, 740, 760, 780, 800, 800 metre, 800, 800 metre, 800, 820, 840, 840 metre, 840, 840 metre, 840, 840 metre, 840, 840 metre, 840, you're out behind, 860, 860 metre, 860, 880, 880 metre, 800, 900 metre, 900, 900 metre, 9, at 9, you're out on the rail, 900 metre, 900, 900 metre, 9, at 900 metre, 900, at 900 metre, 900, we're behind then, 900 metre, 900, 900 metre, 9, you're going to get him then at 900. Okay, same breeding again. Who gives a start somewhere? 8, 700. 700 a start. 700 a start. 5 big lambs, 700, 600 a start then. 6, give it a start, fair start, 600. 600. On the Suffolk, 600. 5 a start then. 500. 500. 5 a metre, 500, 500 a metre, 5, at 500 a metre, 500, 500 a metre, 5, at 5 a metre, 500, 500 a metre, 5, at 500 a metre, 500, 500 a metre, 500, 5 a metre, 500, 500 a metre, 5, at 500 a metre, 500, 500 a metre, 500, at 5 a metre, 500, 500 a metre, 500, at 5 a metre, 500, 500 a metre, 500, 5 a metre, 500, 500 a metre, 5, at 500, we're in the south, 500 a metre, 500, at 5 a metre, 500, 500 a metre, 5, at 5 a metre, 500, Give us a 10, 5 or 10 bid anywhere. 500 a bid at 5. At 500 a bid at 500. He is on sale. 500 a bid at 5. At 500 a bid at 500. At 500 a bid at 500. Watch him go then. At £500, he's going to get him at 500. Cos. Last one of the soft text. Okay. Again, stocky sheep, keen. Give me a start. 600. 600. Last of the soft text. 600. 5 a start then. 500. Give us a fair start. 5 a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 5. At 500 a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 500. At 5 a bid at 500. 520. 40. 540 a bid at 540. 560. 580. 580 bid at 580. 580 bid at 580. At 580 bid at 580. If you want it, don't listen to Dad. 580 a bid at 580. 600. 600 a bid at 600. 620. 620 a bid at 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 620. At 620 a bid at 620. Watch him go. 620 a bid at 620. We're out on my right then. 620 a bid at 620. You're not going to get him at 620. Okay, this is a 2-shear soft text. Okay.
Worked last year, Danny, yeah. You had it working last year.
Okay, Danny had him working last year. Quality lambs off him. Okay, he'll give us a start somewhere. 400. 4 on the 2-shear. 400 bid at 400. 420. 420 bid at 420. 440. 460. 480. 480 bid at 480. 480 bid at 480. At 500. 500, 520, 520 bid at 520, 540, 560, 560 bid at 580, 580 bid at 580, 580 bid at 580, at 580 bid at 580, 600, 600 a bid at 6, at 600 a bid at 600, at 600 a bid at 600, 600 a bid at 6. We're in the south then. 600 a bid at 600, 600 a bid at 600, at 600 a bid at 600, 600 a bid at 6, at 600 a bid at 600, 600 a bid at 6, at 600 pound a bid at 600. We're on the rail here. 600 a bid at 600. Watch him go. 600 a bid at 6, at 600 a bid at 600, at 600 pound a bid at 600. You're going to get him then at 600. Cost.
These pure Dorsets, are they? Or? Danny, call them. Pure
I don't know, mate. Yeah.
Okay, so
is this for a few?
okay.
Down Killybeck's bread.
Okay, this is December 24 ball. Okay. On the pure Dorset. Okay, December 24, ready to work. Okay, look at the size of him. Quality sheep.
Down Killybeck's bread.
Okay. Okay, he's bred out of Down Killybeck. Okay. Willie Carson's. Okay, who'll give us a start somewhere? Pure Dorset. Who'll give us a start? 6 a start. 600. 600 a start. Give us a fair start. 600. 500. 500. 500. Pure Dorset. 500. 400 a start then. 400. Yeah. 4 a bid at 400. 420. 420 a bid at 440. 460, 480, and 5. 500 a bid at 500, 500 a bid at 500, 500 a bid at 5, yes. 500, 520, 540, 560, 580, 600, 620, 640, 660, 660 a bid at 660, 680, 700, yes, 720, 720 a bid at 720, 740, 760, 760 bid at 760, 760 bid at 760, we're behind me. 760 bid at 780, 780 bid at 780, 780 bid at 780, at 780 bid at 780, 780 bid at 780, 780 bid at 780, 800, 800 bid at 800, 800 bid at 800, 800 bid at 8, yes, 820, 820, 840, 840 bid at 840, 840 bid at 840, Bids behind. 840 you bid at 840. 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 At 840 pound bid at 840. 840 you bid at 840. 840 bid. You're out in front then. 840 you bid at 840. Watch him go. 840 you bid at 840. 840 you bid at 840. 840 you bid at 840. Bids behind then. 840 you bid at 840. At 840 pound at 840.
Who's that? Charlie. Charlie. Is that Stephen Quayle's son?
Young Charlie.
Yeah. Young Charlie. I think it's Charlie Quayle.
Okay, this is an April-born ram, but same breeding. Willie Carson, okay. Pure Dorset, okay. Who'll give us a start somewhere? Okay, 600, 600 a start. 600, 600 a start. 600, give us a fair start. 600, 500, 500, 400 a start then. 400, get us moving. 400, 400 a bit of 400, 400 a bit of 420, 440, 460, 480, 5, 20, 40, 60, 80. Yes, 600, 600 a bit of 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 6, 620, 640, 660, 680, and 700, 720, 720 a bit of 720, 740, 760, 760 a bit of 760, 760 a bit of 760, that's 760 a bit of 760, 760 a bit of 760, 780, 800, 800 a bit of 800, shakes her head, 800 a bit of 800, you're going to get him then at £800.
I don't know his name.
James.
Aberfield, Texel Cross Blue Leicester.
Okay, Aberfield, Texel Cross Blue Leicester. Okay, traditional Leicester. Okay. Who gives a start somewhere? 9, 800, 800 a start. Look at the size on them. 800, 7 a start then. 700, 6. 6, get us moving. 600 a bit at 600. 600 a bit at 6. That's 600 a bit at 600. 600 a bit at 600. 600 a bit at 600. 600 a bit at 6. That's 600 a bit at 600. 600 a bit at 600. 600 a bit at 600. 6 a bit at 600. That's 600 a bit at 600. 600 a bit at 6. That's 600 a bit at 600. 600 a bit at 600. 20. 620 a bit at 620. 620 a bit at 620. That's 620 a bit at 620. 620 a bit at 10. 620 a bit at 630. 640. 640 a bit at 650. 650 a bit at 650. 650 a bit at 650. That's 650 a bit at 650. That's 650 a bit at 650. That's 650 a bit at 650. Okay, I think there's a bid or two more in this. 650 a bid at 650. It's gentleman's bid. 650 a bid at 650. 650 a bid at 650. You're out behind. You're going to get him though at 650. Adam.
Adam Kelly. 650 Adam Kelly. Same again, Danny.
Same again.
Okay, same again. Okay, again, nice size sheep. Good throughout. Give us a start somewhere. 8, 7, 6 a start then. 600. 6 a bit of 600, 600 a bit of 6, that's 620, 620 a bit of 620, 620 a bit of 620, 620 a bit of 620, and 620 a bit of 640, 640 a bit of 640, 660, 660 a bit of 660, 660 a bit of 660, that's 660 a bit of 610, 660 a bit of 660, 670, 680, 680 a bit of 680, 690, and 700 bid at 700, 700 bid at 700, we're behind, ladies bid, 700 bid at 700, 700 bid at 700, 710, 710 a bid at 710, 710 a bid at 710, that's 710 a bid at 710, shakes her head, 710 a bid at 710, that's 710 a bid at 710, 710 a bid at 710, and watch them go, 710 a bid at 710, that's 710 a bid at 710, that's 710 a bid at 710, 710 a bid at 710, he's on sale then, you're going to get him at 710. Adam.
Breakfast now.
Okay. Okay, it's a Texel Tup out of a Bluebell U. Okay? A quarter Leicester. Okay? Okay, half Texel and a quarter Beltex. Okay? Glue the back end on him. Okay, ready to work. We'll give us a start somewhere. 7, 6 a start. 600. Give us a fair start. 600. 500 a start. 500. Good size sheet. 500. 500 a start. 500. 4 then. 400 a start. 400 a bit of 400, 4 a bit of 400, at 400 a bit of 4, 400 a bit of 400, 400 a bit of 4, at 4 a bit of 400, 400 a bit of 400, 400 a bit of 400, 4 a bit of 400, 400 a bit of 4, at 400 a bit of 400, 400 a bit of 4, at 4 a bit of 400, 400 a bit of 4, at 400 a bit of 400, 400 a bit of 400, 4 a bit of 400. No, we'll leave that one today. Okay, Texel U, Leicester Tup. Okay, who'll give us a start somewhere? On his sheet. 600, 6, 5 a start then. 500, 500 a bit of 500, 500 a bit of 500, at 5 a bit of 500, 500 a bit of 500, 500 a bit of 5, 500 a bit of 500, at 500 a bit of 5, at 500 a bit of 500, 5 a bit of 500, 500 a bit of 500, at 500 a bit of 5, at 520, 520 a bit of 540, 540 a bit of 560, 580, 580 a bit of 580, 580 a bit of 580, at 580 a bit of 580, 580 a bit of 580, 580 a bit of 580, 58, yes, 600, 620, 620 a bit of 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 620, bids here, 620 a bit of 620, at 620 a bit of 620, at 620 is on sale, at 600 and 640, 640, 660. Yes, 660 a bit of 660, 660 a bit of 660, 660 a bit of 660, 680, 680 a bit of 7, 700 a bit of 700, 7 a bit of 700, at 700 bit of 700, at 7 he shakes his head, 700 bit of 700, you're going to get him then, at £700.
I forgot his name. What was that? I forgot his name. Tony.
Okay, Beltex Blue Leicester out of the Bluebell. Okay, he'll give us a start somewhere. Give us a start for 300 a start. 300, 300, 3 a start. 300, 300, 300 a start somewhere. 300, 300 a start. 3, 250, 250 a start. 250. No, watch him go. Okay, Blue Leicester, Cheviot. Okay. Nice fit sheet, give us a start somewhere, 5, 400 a start. 400 bit of 400, 400 bit of 400, at 4 a bit of 400, 400 a bit of 4, at 4 a bit of 400, 400 a bit of 400, at 400 a bit of 400, 400 a bit of 4, at 4 a bit of 400, 400 a bit of 400, at 400 a bit of 420, 420 a bit of 420, 420 a bit of 420, Keen, 420 a bit of 420, 420 a bit of 420, 420 a bit of 420, you're out in front of me, 420 a bit, take 10, 420 a bit of 420, 420 a bit of 420, 420 a bit of 420, 420 a bit of...
Yeah, that's it.
420 a bit of 420. We're on the bales then. At 420 a bit of 420. At 420 a bit of 420. You're going to get them then at 420.
Lady, who's this? Bonnie.
Same again. Give it a start somewhere. 5, 400 a start. 400. 400 a start. 400 a start. 300. 300 beta 300, 300 beta 3, at 300 beta 300, 300 beta 300, at 3 beta 300, 300 beta 3, at 300 beta 300, 300 beta 300, 3 beta 300, 300 beta 3, at 300 pound beta 300, 300 beta 300, 3 beta 320, 320 beta 320, 320 beta 320, at 320 beta 320, 320 beta 320, 320 beta 320, 340, 340 beta 340, at 340 beta 340, 340 beta 340, he's on sale, 340 beta 340, 360, 360 beta 360, 360 beta 360, 360 beta 360, 360 beta 360, you're going to get him then, at 360 beta 360, 360 pounds. Adam. Okay, this is a Belclare maternal breed, Irish breed, and this is. Okay, give it a start somewhere. 400, 4 a start, 400, 4, 3 a start then, 300, 300 a start, 3, 300, 300 a start. 250, 250, 250 a start. Now watch him go. 250 a bit at 250, 250 a bit at 250, at 250 a bit at 250, 250 a bit at 250, 250 a bit at 250, take 10 anywhere, 250 a bit at 250, at 250 a bit at 250, 250 a bit at 250, 250 a bit at 250, 250 a bit at 250. Would you do 350 on that?
Not at all.
2, 3. No.
Okay, same again. Give it a start. 300. 3 a start. 300. 300. 250 then. 250 a start. 250 a start. 250. 250 a start. 250. 200, 200, get us a start somewhere. 200. Now watch him go.
Not this one, not this one.
Okay, we've got one and only Suffy Cross Milford. New Zealand Suffolk Cross Milford. Look at the size of them. Give us a start somewhere. Give us a fair start. 500. 5 a bit at 500. 500 a bit at 5. At 500 a bit at 500. 500 a bit at 500. At 5 a bit at 500. 500 a bit at 5. At 5 a bit at 500. 500 a bit at 5. At 5 a bit at 500. 20. 540. 560, 580, and 6. 600 a bit at 600, 600 a bit at 6. That's 600 pound a bit at 600, 600 a bit at 600. You're out on the rail. 600 a bit at 600. Bids behind you. 600 a bit at 6. That's 600 a bit at 600. 600 a bit at 6. Take 10. 600 a bit at 600. 600 a bit at 6. That's 600 a bit at 600. 600 a bit at 600. 600 a bit at 6. That's 600 a bit at 600. That's 600 pound a bit at 600. 6 a bit at 600. That's 600 a bit at 6. That's 600 a bit at 600. Bids behind. 600 a bit at 600. Watch him go. 600 a bit at 600. 600 a bit at 6. That's 600 pound a bit at 600. 600 a bit at 600. 600 a bit at 6. That's 600 a bit at 600. 600 pound a bit at 600. You're going to get him at 600 a bit at 6. At 600 a bit at 600. You're going to get him then at 600 pound. Trevor. Pure Milford. Okay. Again, nice big tub. We'll give it a start somewhere. 7, 700, 6 a start. 600 a bit at 600, 600 a bit at 6. That's 600 a bit at 600. 620, 40, 60, 80, 700, 700 bit at 700, 700 bit at 7. That's 700 pound a bit at 700, 700 bit at 7. That's 700 a bit at 700, 700 bit at 7. That's 700 pound a bit at 700, 700 bit at 700, 7. 20, 720 beta 720, 720 beta 720, 720 beta 720, 720 beta 720. We're in the north, 720 beta 720, at 720 beta 720, 720 beta 720. Look at the size of it, 720 beta 720, 720 beta 720, that's 720 pound beta 720. Ladies bid, 720 beta 720, 720 beta 720, that's 720 pound beta 720. Sophie.
Same again, Danny, yeah?
Same again. Okay. Nice sprite head on them, isn't there? Give us a start somewhere. 7, 600 then. 600 a start. 600. 6, 5 a start then. 500, give us a fair start. 500 bid at 500. 500 a bid at 5. At 500 a bid at 500. 520. 520 a bid at 520. 540. 60. 580. And 620. 640. 640, 620 here, 620 a bit of 620, take 10 anywhere, 620 a bit of 620, at 620 a bit of 620, 620 a bit of 620, bids behind me, 620 a bit of 620, 620 a bit of 620, at 620 a bit of 620, 620 a bit of 620, you're going to get him then, bids behind, at 620. Ian. Same again, no good chop, give us a start, 7, 600, 600 a start, 600, 600, 5 a start then, 500, 500 a bit of 5, 500 pound a bit of 5, at 5, 520, 540, 560, 580, and 580 a bit of 580, 580 a bit of 580, at 580 a bit of 580, we're up in the corner, 580 a bit of 580, 580 a bit of 580, 581 ship, 580 a bit of 580, at 580 a bit of 580, at 580 a bit of 580, we're up in the corner, 580 a bit of 580, take 10 anywhere, 580 a bit of 580, at 580 a bit of 580, 580 a bit of 580, he's up in the corner, 580 a bit of 580, at 580 pound a bit of 580, you're going to get him, we're not happy but you'll get him, 580 a bit of 580, 580 a bit of 580, we're going to get him then, he's on sale at 580, Donna, and again, give it a start, good length on this one, back end, give it a start somewhere, 7, 600, 600 a start, 500 then, 500, 5 a bit of 500, 520, 540, 560, 580, 600, 620, 620 a bit of 620, 640, 640 a bit of 640, 640 a bit of 640, we're on the bails, 640 a bit of 640, 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 that's 640 pound a bit of 640, 640 a bit of 640, we're on the bails, 640 a bit of 640, 640 a bit of 640, 640 pound a bit of 640, 640 a bit of 640, you're going to get him, 640 a bit of 640, last chance then at 640.
That was Bonnie.
Nice bright top here. Give it a start. 600 a start. 600. 500 a go then. 5 a bit, 500, 500 a bit, 520, 40, 560, 580, 600, and 20, 40, 60, 80, 600, 600 a bit of 600, 620, 620 a bit of 620, 620 a bit of 620, that's 620 a bit of 620, 620 a bit of 640, 60, 660 a bit of 660, bids behind, 680 and 700 bid at 700, 700 bid at 700, that's 700, you're out on the rail then, 700 bid at 700, that's 700 bid at 700, that's 700 pound a bid at 700. 720, 740, 740 bid at 740, 760, 780, 780 bid at 780, 780 bid at 780, 800, 820, 840, 860, 860 bid at 880, 900, 900 bid at 900, 900, 920, 940, 940 bid at 940, 960, 980, 980 bid at 980, fill them up. £98,000, 1,020, 1,020 bid, 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 1,020. You're going to get them behind then. You're out of the scales. 1,020 bid, 1,020. You've got them at 1,020. Ian. Okay. This is half Blue Leicester in this one. 25% Blue Leicester. Okay, 75% Milford. Okay, give us a fair start somewhere. 8, 700, 700. Give us a fair start. 7, 700, 7, 600 a start then. 600, 600. 600. Nice big sheep. 5 a start then. 500 bid at 500. 500 a bid at 5. At 500 bid at 500. 500 a bid at 5. At 500 a bid at 5. 500 a bid at 500. 500 bid at 500. 500 a bid at 5. At 500 a bid at 500. 5 a bid at 500. At 500 pound a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 5. We're on my right. 500 a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 500. At 500 a bid at 5. At 5 a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 5. At 500 pound a bid at 500. Watch him go. 500 a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 5. At 500 a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 500. At 500 a bid at 5. At 5 a bid at 500. Okay, he's on sale. He's on sale. Think he's worth a few quid more yet. 500 a bid at 500. At 5 a bid at 500. 500 pound a bid at 500. You're going to get him at 500 pound. None. Pure Milford. Okay, give us a start somewhere. 600 a start. 6 Pure Milford. 500 a start then. Give us a fair start. 500. 5 a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 5. At 500 a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 5. At 5 a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 500. At 5 a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 5. At 500 a bid at 500. At 520. 540. 560. 580 and 6. 20. 640. 660. 660 a bid at 660. 660 a bid at 660. That's 660 a bid at 660. Bids behind me. 660 a bid at 660. 660 a bid at 660. That's 660 a bid at 660. Bids in behind then. That's 660 pound a bid at 660. It's 660 a bid at 660. 660 a bid at 660. You're gonna get him. He's on sale at 660.
This fella right behind you.
Charlie. Pure Milford. Okay, nice big stocky sheep this one. Take a look. Nice width throughout. He'll give me a fair start. 800. 8. 7 then. 7 a start. Good sheep this. 700. Gives a fair start. 7, 6 then. 600 a start. 6 a bid at 600. 600 a bid at 6. That's 6 a bid at 600. 600 a bid at 600. 620. 620 a bid at 620. 620 a bid at 620. That's 620 at 640. 660. 680. 700. 20. 40. 60. 80. 800. 20. 40. 60. 860, 880, 900, 900 bid at 900, 920, 940, 940 bid at 940, 940 bid at 960, 980, 980 bid at 980, 980 bid at 980. You're out in the scales. 980 bid at £1,000, 1,000 bid at 1,000, 1,000 bid at 1,000, at £1,000 bid at 1,000, 1,000 bid at 1,000. It's on sale at 1,000 bid at 1,000, at 1,000 bid at 1,000, at £1,000 bid at 1,000, at £1,000. Devro. Okay, another Milford, good top. Give a fair start, let's get it moving. 800, 800, get us started. 8, 800, 800, 7 a start then. 700 bid at 700, 700 bid at 7. That's 700 bid at 720, 720 bid at 740, 60, 80, 800, 800, 820, 840. 840 bid at 840, 840 bid at 840, 860, 880, 880 bid at 880, 880 bid at 880, 900, 920, 920 bid at 920, 920 bid at 920, 940, 960, 960 bid at 960, 980, £1,000, 1,000, 1,000 bid at 1,020, 40, 1,040, 60, 1,080, 1,080 bid at 1,080, 1,080, 1,100, 1,100 bid at 1,100, 1,120, 1,120 bid at 1,120, 1,120 bid at 1,120. You're out in the scales at 1120 bid at 1120, 1120 bid at 1120. We're in behind them at 1120. Ian. Pure Milford again. Okay, let's get a fair start. Here we go. 800, 7, 700 start. 700. 700 Pure Milford. 700, 6. 6 a start then. 600. 600 bid at 600, 600 bid at 6, that's 600, 620, 620 bid at 620, 620, 640, 60, 80, 7, 20, 40, 60, 760, 760 beta 760, 760 beta 760, that's 760 pound beta 760, 760 beta 760, 760 beta 760, 760 beta 760, 780, 780 beta 780, 780 beta 780, fill them up, 780 beta 780, 780 beta 780, you're out on the bales then, 780 beta 780, 780 beta 780, that's 780 bids on the phone, 780 beta 780, 780 beta 780, you're on sale then, you're out on the straw, make no mistake, at 780.
Ed Quayle.
The real deal, Danny reckons, the real deal. Take a look at him. Nice and square throughout. Give us a fair start. 800. 7 a start. 700. 700 beta 700, 700 beta 7, that's 700 pound beta 7, that's 700 beta 720, 740, 60, 80, 820, 40, 60, 80, 880, 900, 920, 40, 940 bid at 940, 940 bid at 940, 940 bid at 940, we're in the scales, 940 bid at 940, 940 bid at 940, at 940 bid at 940, 940 bid at 940, 940 bid at 940, 940 bid at 940, we're in the scales then, on sale at 940. Devereux. Same again, Milford, Pure. Let's go, give it a start, somewhere 7, 600 a start, 6, give us a fair start. 600, 600 bid at 600, 600 bid at 6, that's 6 bid at 600, 600 bid at 600, 6 bid at 600, 600 bid at 6, that's 600 pound bid at 600, 600 bid at 6, that's 6 bid at 600, 600 bid at 6, we're on the bales, 600 bid at 600, 600 bid at 6, that's 6 bid at 6, take 10 anywhere, 600 bid at 6, that's 600 pound bid at 600, 600 bid at 6, that's 600 bid at 600, 600 bid at 6, that's 600 pound bid at 600, 600 bid at 600, 600 bid at 6, that's 600 bid at 600. Watch him go. 600 pound bid at 600. At 6 bid at 600. He's on sale. 600, 620. 620 bid at 620. 620 bid at 620. That's 620. Take 10. 620 bid at 620. At 620 bid at 620. At 620 bid at 620. We're on my right. 630. 630 bid at 630. 630 bid at 630. Yes, at 640. 640 bid at 640. 650. 650 bid at 650. That's 650 bid at 650. 650 bid at 650. He's on sale then. On the bales at 650. Steve.
Colin. Time wheel. That's okay.
Same again, give us a fair start. 7, 600. 6 a start. 6, 500 a start then. Get us moving. 5 a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 5. At 500 a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 5. At 500 a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 5. At 500 pound a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 500. At 5 a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 520. 520 a bid at 520. 520 a bid at 520. 520 a bid at 520. At 540. 540 a bid at 540. 560. 560 bid at 560. 560 bid at 560. At 560 a bid at 580. 600. 600 a bid 620, yes. 620 a bid at 620. 620 a bid at 620. 620 a bid at 6, opening bidder. 620 a bid at 620. At 620 a bid at 620. At 620 pound a bid at 620. You're going to get him there at 620. Kelly, Darren Kelly. Same again, give it a start. Nice fair start. 500 a start. 500. 5 a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 5. At 500 bid at 500. 500 bid at 5. 520. 520 a bid at 520. 540. 60. 580 and 6. 600 bid at 600. 620. 40. 640 bid at 640. 640 bid at 640. 640 bid at 640. 640 bid at 640. Bids behind. 640, 660. 680. 680 bid at 680. Shakes his head. 680 bid at 680. Watch him go. 680 bid at 680. 680 bid at 680. 680 bid at 680. 680 bid at 680. Bids behind them at 680. Ian. Last of the Milfords. Gives a fair start. 600. 6. 5 a start then. 5 a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 5. At 5 a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 500. 5 at last of the Milfords. 500. 500 a bid at 5. At 500 pound a bid at 500. 500 a bid at 5. At 5 a bid at 5. 520. 520. 40. 540 made at 540, 540 made at 540, 560, 580, 580 made at 580, 580 made at 580, at 580 made at 580, 580 made at 580. You're out in the scales, 580 made at 580. Last of the Milfords, 580 made at 580. At 580 pound made at 580, 580 made at 580. We're on my right then, at 580. Come on.
Pure, all purebreds, these two, are they, yeah?
Pure teas water. Okay? I think we only got 2 of these, is it? So just 2 of these, okay? Pure teas water. Give it a start. 800, 700 a start. 700 on the pure teas water, just 2. 700, 5 then, 5 a start. 500, just 2. 500, 400, 400 a start. 400, 400, 3 then, give me a start somewhere, 300, 300, 300 a start, pure teas water, 300, 300 bid at 300, 300 a bid at 3, at 300 a bid at 300, 300 a bid at 300, 3 a bid at 300, 300 a bid at 3, at 300 pound a bid at 300, 300 a bid at 300, 300 a bid at 3, at 300 a bid at 300, 300 pound a bid at 3, at 300 a bid at 300, 300 a bid at 300, 300 a bid at 3, at 300 pound a bid at 300, 300 a bid at 300, at 300 a bid at 3, at 300 pound a bid at 3. Danny's very upset about this one. He's on sale, but only just. £300 a bid at 300. It's a good top. 300 bid at 300. Paula doesn't even want him sold. Doesn't even want him sold. And who's the boss? Paula. So it's not getting sold. Come and chat with us after. And again then, give me a fair start, Luke. Give me a fair start. 300. Give me a fair start. 3 a bid at 300. 300 a bid at 3. At 300 a bid at 300. 300 a bid at 300. At 3 a bid at 300. Give me a 10 somewhere. 300 a bid at 3. At 300 a bid at 300. 300 a bid at 3. At 3 a bid at 300. 300 a bid at 3. At 300 pound a bid at 300. 300 a bid at 300. At 300 a bid at 300. 300 a bid at 3. Okay, watch him go.
You set your watch fast.
Gets me there, right?
Pure Easy Care. Okay? Real good top this. Pure Easy Care. Okay? Give me a fair start. 500. 500 on the Easy Cares. 500. 4 a start then. 400 a bid at 400, 4 a bid at 400, at 400 a bid at 4, 400 a bid at 400, 4 a bid at 400, 400 a bid at 4, at 400 a bid at 400, 400 a bid at 400, 4 a bid at 400, 400 a bid at 4, on the Easy Cares, 400 a bid at 400, good top, 400 a bid at 400, at 4 a bid at 400, 400 a bid at 4, at 400 bid at 400, at 400 a bid at 4, at 410 anywhere, 400 a bid at 400, 410. Hey, he's on sale, 400 a bid at 4, at 400. 410, 410 at 420, 420 a bid at 420, 420 a bid at 420, at 420, shakes his head, you're going to get him at 420, Kieran. And again, nice looking top again, give me a fair start, it's a better one, look at the shape on him, look at the shape of him, good example of an Easy Care just there, give us a start, 500, 5, 500, 4 a start then. 400 bid at 400, 400 bid at 4, at 400 bid at 400, 400 bid at 4, at 400 bid at 400, 400 bid at 4, at 400 pound bid at 400, 400 bid at 4, 400 bid at 400, take 10, 10, 420, 420 a bid at 420, 420 a bid at 420, 420 pound a bid at 420, we're in ladies bid, 420 a bid at 420, you're going to get them then at 420 pounds. Sophie. On the Easy Care, do the start, 4, 300, 300 a start, 300. On the Easy Care, good size on him, 300, 300, give me a fair start, 300. On the Easy Cares, 3, 300, 300, we haven't got many. 300. 250 a start then. 250, get me started. 250.
Watch him through.
Okay, nice thicker one here. Nice thick one here. Take a look at him. Give it a fair start then. 400. Look at the width on him. That's a good easy catch up there. 300 then. 3 a start. 300. 300. Give me a fair start. 300. 300. 250 a start. 250. 250. Get me going. Watch him walk. This is a big tuck, this one. Okay, biggest of the lot so far. Okay, give it a fair start. 400. Give it a fair start. Big tuck. 300 then. 3 a start. 300. Best so far. 300 a start. 300 on the easy cares. 300. 300. And again, look at the head on them. Quality. Square throughout. Give me a fair start. 300. 300 a start. Square throughout this. Good example. 300. 3 a bit at 300. 300 pound a bit at 3. At 3. 320. 340. 360. 380. And 4. 400. 400 a bit at 400. 400 a bit at 4. 400 a bit at gentleman's bid. 400 a bit at 400. At 4 a bit at 400. At 400 a bit take 10. 400 a bit at 400. 400 a bit at 4. At 400 a bit at 400. 400 a bit at 400. You're out in the north. 400 a bit at 400. 400 a bit at 4. He's going to get him then. At 400 pound. George.
And one best in show.
Okay, best Cheviot in show. Okay, this is Brian's best Cheviot in show. Purebred. Look at that. Good strong top in it. Give me a fair start somewhere. A lot of work gone into him. 800. 6 a start then. 6. 600. 600 bid at 600. 600 a bid at 6. That's 600 a bid at 600. 6 a bid at 600. Best in show. 600 a bid at 600. 600 a bid at 600. That's 600 a bid at 600. 600 a bid at 6. That's 620. 640. 660. 680. 680 bid at 680. 680 bid at 680. That's 680 bid at 680. 680 bid at 680. 610. 680 bid at 680. 680 bid at 680. 690. 700, 700 bid at 700, 700 bid at 700, ladies bid, 700 a bid at 700, 700 bid at 700, 700, you're out on me right, 700 bid at 700, that's 700 a bid at 700, 700 bid at 700, 700 bid at 7, that's 700 bid at 700, ladies bid in front then, that's 700 pound a bid at 700. Okay, he's on sale, 700 bid at 700, 700 bid at 7, that's 700 pound a bid at 700, that's 700 pounds. Roxy. Again, good stocky top, isn't he? Pure Cheviot, give me a fair start. 7, 700, 6, 600 a start. 600 bid at 600, 600 bid at 6. That's 600 pounds, 620, 640, 640 a bid at 640, 640 a bid at 640, 660, 660, 680, 680 bid at 680, 680 bid at 680, 700, 720, 720 bid at 720, 720 bid at 720, 710, 720 bid at 720, 720 bid at 720, 730, 740, 750, 760, 770, 780, 790 and 800, 800 a bid at 800, 810, 810 a bid at 820, 820 a bid at 820, 830, 840, 840 bid at 840, 840 bid at 850, 850 bid at 860, 860 bid at 860, 860 bid at 860, 860 bid at 870, 880, 890, 900, 9 bid at 900, 900 bid at 9, at 900 pounds, shakes his head, watch him go, at 900 pound a bid at 900, watch him go, 900 bid at 9, at 900 pound a bid at 900, 900 bid at 9. Roxy. Okay, on the purebred still, who'll give me a fair start? 600 then, 600, 6, give me a fair start somewhere, 5 a start then, 500, 500, 5 a start, 400 a start then, get me going, 400, pure Cheviot, 400, 400 a start, 400, 400 a start somewhere, 3 then, get me started, 300, 300 pounds. No, watch him go.
300. It's not, no bids. No bid.
Okay, give me a start then, 200 a start. 200, 200, 200 bid at 200, 200 bid at 2, at 200 bid at 200, 200 bid at 2, at 200 bid at 200, 200, 210, 210 a bid at 210, 210, 220, 220 a bid at 220, 220 a bid at 220, at 220 a bid at 220, 220 a bid at 220, 220 a bid at 220, 220 a bid on my right then, 220 a bid at 220, you're out behind, 220 a bid at 220, at 220 pound a bid at 220.
Simon, Danny. Brian.
Okay, he's on sale, 220 a bid at 220. 220 a bid at 220. It's worth a few quid more, but he's on sale. 220 a bid at 220 at 220 pounds. Okay, nice stocky tup this one, better tup here. Who'll give us a fair start? 400, 4, 400, 3. 300 bid at 300, 300 bid at 3, at 300, 320, 340, 360, 380, and 4, 420, 420 a bid at 420, 420 a bid at 420, 440, 440 a bid at 460, 460 a bid at 460, 460 a bid at 460, at 460 a bid at 460, you're out in the north, 460 a bid at 460, 460 a bid at 460, at 460 a bid at 460, take 10, 470, 480, 480 bid at 480, 480 bid at 480, at 480 pound bid at 480, 480 bid at 490, 490 bid at 5, 500 bid at 500, 5 bid at 500, at 500 bid at 500, watch him go, 500 bid at 500, 500 bid at 5, we're in the corner then, at 500 bid at 500, 500 bid at 500, last chance you're going to get him at 5. Finlow. Stronger again, nice strong tup this one. Give it a fair start then, 6, 500, 500, look at the size of them. 500, give me a fair start. 5, 400, 400, 400 bid at 400, 4 bid at 400, at 4 bid at 400, 400 bid at 4, 400 bid at 400, 4 bid at 400, at 400 bid at 400, 400 bid at 4, at 4 bid at 400, 400 bid at 4, at 400 bid at 400, 400 bid at 4, at 4 bid at 400, 400 bid at 4, at 400 pound a bid at 400, watch him go, 400 bid at 4. Okay, he is on sale. Thinks it's cheap though. 400 bid at 4. Look at that top. 400 bid at 400. At 4 bid at 400. At 400 bid at 4. 400 bid at 400. 400 bid at 4. Last chance then. He's going to get him at £400.
Right.
See you, Phil.
See you later.
Well done, good man.
Give a go.
Right, Phil's going to go rugby training, so just crack on, not too many left. We say let's go 400 again, 300, doing a penny start, 300. Bit of style about him, 300, 300, couple hundred to start. 200 bid at 200. 220, 240, 240 bid 240, 40 at 240 band bid 240, 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 60 anywhere, at 240 band bid 240, at 240, at 240 band bid 240, Anybody else? At 240 pound with 240. 240 we're 100 light at least. 240. At 240 pound at 240 at 240 pound. Hey Brian. Hey Brian. Just come here, Brian. 300 knock him out.
Sorry, Peter. What's that?
300 so Christian. And another one we say then 300 to start. 300. 300. 250. 250. 250. 250 bit of 250. At 250 pound bit 250. 50 50 50 bit of 250. At 250. At 250 pound bit 250. Anybody else? At 250. 80 anywhere. 250 bit of 250. 60 anywhere. 250 bit of 250. At 250 bit of 250. At 250 bit of 250. At 250. Would you chance 300? 300. It's for Alan Rackford. Yeah, Alan Rackford. Is that it? Oh no. And a good fella. This could be the. Oh no, we're getting towards the last one. We say again 300. Fair price 300. 300. 250. 250 anybody? 250 bit of 250. 50 50 bit of 250. At 250 pound bit of 250. At 250, silence up around 250 bit of 250. At 250. At 250. Well, the last one's been 300. Knock it out 300. Chrissy.
Chrissy, hang on.
Yeah. It's a good strong ram again. Stand on 300 anybody? 3 at 300 at 300. At 300 at 3 up at 300. Take 20 anywhere. 320, 320, 40, 340, 360, 380, 400, 420, 420 bit of 420, 440, 460, 460 bit 460, at 460 bit of 460, at 460, at 460. Bids on my left. You finish 460. Take 70, 460. We're selling. Last chance at 460. Number 3. The final. And the last one of the days, a good big strong sheep to finish too. We're saying him 300. 300 pound a start. He's a good sheep. 300. He's better than some of the ones that gone before. 300. At 3 a bit of 300 pound at 300. At 3 a bit of 3 up at 300. At 300. Need a bit of competition and he is 300. At 300 bit of 300 pound at 300. At 300 pound at 300. At 300. At 300. 20 anyway. 20. 340. 340 with 340. It's a good sheep. At 340. At 60. 380. At 380 bit of 380. One more. Take 90. 380 bit of 380. 380 bit, good body sheep. 380 bit of 380. We're selling 90. 390. 400. At 400 bit of 400. At 400 bit of 400. 10. 410 bit 420. 420 bit 420. 420. Well, we're selling at 420. A good sheep. You'll be sorry you missed this fellow. We're selling 420. Binlow. Binlow boys 420. That's it today, folks. Thanks very much for your patience. Just taking a bit longer than we should have done. Some great sheep though. Good luck with it all. And if you want to come and pay or get your bill, they'll be able to help you. And there's a bit of tea in the house if anybody wants to go in. Yeah, and especially anybody who's bought, great. Or all the helpers. Well done to all the Mart helpers and all the other helpers. There's a good crowd of them. It takes a lot to set up and sort the sheep, set all the pens. They do a good job and bring the sheep through. Well done to all of them. Thank you.